point challenge. It's the This is Sparta challenge. Now, it's pretty simple. You have to change your population cap to 300. We've done that. At least half of your fortress population must be active in the military. Done. Basically, I'm putting all male dwarves into the military, and I'm going to put lady dwarves into the military as well, but just wrestling. We've got crossbows and traps, which are forbidden, so I'm not allowed to make cage traps, weapon traps, or rock fall traps, and no crossbows, so that means no crossbows, no bolt throwers. However, I am interpreting that to allow... for catapults and ballista. So, just for whatever that's worth. Civilian dwarves must have all labors enabled, and bonus points if all weapons are made from bronze. This one is less relevant, but I have made a custom labor to enable all labors that don't require a uniform. Only spears, swords, wrestling, and helms and shields may be equipped to the military and used to fight. However, we've expanded this one to allow all armor except for breastplates, because in the movie they're wearing greaves and like they have finger armor and shit. So we've expanded on that one a little bit. Next up, maimed dwarves, or perceived to be incapable of being fully healed, must be killed. So scars, fine. Nerve damage, inability to grasp with one hand, we will kill them. I haven't had to do this yet, thankfully. Devise methods of dropping liaisons into pits and during meetings and yell, "This is Sparta" at your monitor, preferably the elven diplomat when he tries to set your tree limit. I haven't done this yet. However, I also don't have a way to drop them into holes, period. But demand goods be turned over from all caravans. I'm not doing this from all caravans because the game works a little bit differently than when this was written, so I'm not demanding goods from my own caravans, but I did steal stuff from the first elven caravans, so I'm sure wars will start sooner than later. Recreation is forbidden. Got it? No fun. As well as any improving action, such as smoothing or engraving or constructing things out of metals. What can be, this is very poorly written, that can also be made out of rock and wood. So I can make wood furniture and I can make rock furniture. I can't make anything out of metals that could also be made out of not metals. So I'm basically just going to make metal into coins. Besides spears, swords, and shields. Parties following combat are acceptable. So after a siege, I can temporarily make a tavern, which I will do. Building city walls is considered weak and cowardly. I will build walls, but I will not build a perimeter wall around the edge of the city. Meaning, even though it is largely a surface structure, I won't be building a giant perimeter wall all the way around, but I am going to build partial walls just to create bottlenecks. Just because that seems logical, and there are walls in the movie. Under no circumstances is a male dwarf to wear a shirt, and togas are acceptable during leave. All of the male dwarves are shirtless. And we don't have access to togas, so they're shirtless. Several of the dwarves have become zany, having been forced to be shirtless, which means they'll start getting happy thoughts about being shirtless, instead of getting upset thoughts about being shirtless. Any questions? How ancient Athens challenge would work? I don't know if I know enough about ancient Athens versus Sparta to be able to tell you. Is this Sparta? Well, this ain't Disneyland. Meanwhile, YouTube chat. Apparently Romans made water pipes out of lead. Explains why they don't exist anymore. That explains a lot. Also, why do I always do this? I need to go clean my glasses. Game's paused. 2 seconds. You can redeem the dwarf name thing if you want. And, I don't know. Please subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDRL. BRB. All right. Sorry about that. Give your name to something Dwarfy. Gobbo the Third. Can do. But first we're going to read the names of the dwarves that are already named. Seeing as Athens was more a naval power with the Dalian League in contrast to Sparta being slightly more of a land power with the rivals Ancientgrease. Okay, so like it would be a bit tougher to do Athens at the minute then, I guess. All right, so if I go here and I type in Dwarf, sort by names because I've removed the first names. We've got Asparacus, we've got Azuri Archibane, we've got Beardadonis, Byricles, Graniticus, who's our queen, because we acquired a queen at 14 dwarves after a polite discussion after a few people died mysteriously off-map, which means the goblins just invaded our mountain home and killed the queen, which did in fact happen, so we must take vengeance upon our mountain home. As well as Jamjalapi and Lanix and Ledoran and Orthocles and Ranger Rick and Shorticus. We've got Six, we've got Udilicus, Euristes, who's our expedition leader, of course. And that's everybody who's named so far. So you would like somebody who's just dwarfy. Got it. How about the bookkeeper? Beercles? If you want me to do like a bullshit Greece addition to your name, I can too. Because you're Gobbo the Third. So you could be like... Gobblecles or something, I don't know. Do you just want me to call you Gobbo the Third? Gobblinus? Goblinus. Goblinus? Goblinus. The Goblinus, Meridius, is a word that's hard to say. Lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Is very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. I guess you're Greek. And generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others. He could be considered rude and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Chat, I have a question. Is my bot running? Sorry, don't... Yes, it's running. I don't need to go catch it. Sweet. Anyway, he is a friendly individual and is often nervous. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and has a greedy streak. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, he personally disregards tradition and doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes chromite and brass and pineapple opal, as well as giraffe horn, backpacks, cages, and bracelets, and splints and geese for their formation flying. The sight of the turquoise of branding, and when possible, he prefers to consume leeks, peach cider, and horned melons, and absolutely hates purring maggots. And he wants to go pray to his god, which is, hold up, Anist. Oh no. Okay, so the most popular god in this world right now, in this fortress, is Volkar Bury, which is the doom of something, the god of murder. Okay, that is the current god of the fortress. And there is a religion associated with that god, the Ruthless Temple, which is, dedicated to him, and 15 of the 23 dwarves worship that god. But this dwarf worships the Ignited, the god of war. Huh. And fortresses. So I only have temples to that god right now. I don't actually have temples to unrelated gods. But that's interesting. I mean, I think they're both pretty fitting. Also, by the way, there's a tiny burb with massive hammer over here who's got a silver maul and is just hanging out, which is very funny to me. But let's just real quick check in on our queen. Our queen over here doesn't have any of the rooms that she desires. And she wants to acquire an object, eat a good meal, be with family, be with friends, have martial training, and take it easy. She is sometimes cruel, finds humor in most situations, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. These are my squads currently, and we just got a migrant wave, which means I need to take all these dwarves' shirts off. So let's unpause the game and see how many additional dwarves we get. And then I get to put all of the freshly arrived shirted male dwarves into a squad and then strip them naked and forbid their shirts. That's the order of operations here. Any unclaimed dwarves? There's tons of unclaimed dwarves, but in order to get a dwarf, you have to either be subscribed at tier 2 to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL to redeem one whenever, or alternatively, you could subscribe on my blog, the recommended tier. I don't know why I said that. Or you have to wait for the redemption to be up. Otherwise, all of the dwarves would be claimed all of the time. This is going to be a big migrant wave, I feel. Am I going crazy, or do you get more, like, animals with migrant waves than before? Because it feels like you do. It really feels like you do. Also, God, that's a big migrant wave. All right. Let's do no uniform. So any... Kogan, what are you? Got 2 lovers. You're 110 years old. Legendary leatherworker? Huh. Well, you'll do well in the military, I suppose. All right, so this squad right here is going to take you, and then any male dwarf who has a shirt must remove all shirt. So I'm going to send them all to right here. And make another one. It's literally you. It's just one. Euristophiles is amazing. I think all of the names are pretty amazing. All right, so now I'm going to go to equipment, and I'm going to assign and naked. Welcome to the hazing ritual. And I go here, and I update. And now that they're all naked, as you can very clearly see, none of these dwarves have any clothes on. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to go to armor, and I'm going to forbid all the shirts. I do feel kind of bad doing this because they immediately go get upset sad thoughts, but it kind of is what it is, and it kind of is what I need to do, so I don't know what else to do. It's the best option I have. And then I'm going to delete. Well, actually, I'm going to delete the bottom squad. And then you are going to be assigned to partial. Let's do sword, because I don't actually have more spears. This is just going to give them obsidian short swords. And let's jump up to you and see how many additional dwarves I could throw into here. For the top squad, bottom squad can be a bunch of these new recruits. Oops, no, that's wrong. And you... That should be fine for right now. And let's remove you from this and go to this and say train and just throw you onto monthly orders. So periodically they're going to go train. 2 to 4 with dwarves per raid. Now it's like 2 to 4 without instead. Yeah, I wonder. Maybe there's a setting. Hold on, let me go look. Because, like, I know that there's one for numbers of babies that can migrate to your fort, but... It seems like it was, like, the last 2 patches or something. Somewhere in there. I might bring it up with Putnam at some point and be like, oi, did something change here? Like, could you at least confirm that nothing has changed? So it's like there's population cap, there's strict population cap including births, baby child cap percentage of total, visitor cap, seed cap, grazing efficiency. It's all frame rate related stuff. Yeah, I don't see any of that. So I don't know. Also that, Nickpaw. I'm gonna ping Putnam and see if she has any inkling as to what's up. Sending out a ping and just asking, because like she can look at the code and figure stuff out. You'd be curious. You have to step away from me. We'll pester later. Yeah, no, totally. I probably won't hear anything until later. If like I probably won't hear anything for a while, but Aristophanes. I mean, yeah. If you have a funny enough one, I might just name a dwarf that, but. That is pretty funny. It looked like 20 plus. Well, we had 23 dwarves before, so 21 is what it was. All of the rules, Carla Finchcliffe, are in the description of the stream. Or under exclamation point guide or exclamation point challenge if you're on Twitch. We're also out of booze. So I need to fix that. It's been a while since I've seen children, but that could just be a world thing. Actually, no, I don't want to do that there. Maybe not 510. Let's just do 50. And the Athenian government that were chosen by election was the Board of 10 Stratigai who led the military, and every other magistrate was choosing via sortition. Yeah, it wasn't a modern democracy, shall we say? Certainly not a fair democracy. Oh, so there's 2 things now that I should mention. The only real structure I've built is this. This is a multi-level tower thingy. I just kind of built it, and chat said it looked like a spider, so I added legs. This is a temple with a dining room in it and another temple outside. And now I need to make the value of it higher. Currently the value is pretty low. I don't have any offices. I'm thinking about maybe putting the offices underneath this. The other thing that we started is over here. I've got this little space, which is kind of dug out and kind of prepped and kind of built. I should probably make a dorm in there. And then over here is a big circle of stairs that goes down. Now, this big circle of stairs is going to be dropped into this so that I can have a pit with lava at the bottom of it to hopefully drop things in. That's the entire purpose of this. So, if you're wondering what I'm doing, That's what I'm making a this is Sparta pit, okay? Like it's part of the job description, so I gotta make a this is Sparta pit. Maybe it is a modern democracy, Wawa. Anyways, so that's what I'm doing. If anybody has any concerns, questions, or curiosities, let me know. I am going to set this up to be able to drop trading caravans in full down into that. So, who's excited? Hopefully you are. Something else I want to do is I want to go along the top here and hack down these trees. The map is not Untamed Wilds because it would be virtually impossible to kind of do what I'm trying to do if this was Untamed Wilds, so do keep that in mind. I am making things a little bit easier for myself in that regard. I want to make this a big ramp down on this side, maybe starting around here, although I will have to move this at some point. And yeah, any questions? I guess I kind of asked that earlier, but any questions? Or is there anything that you want to have input on? Something that I'm totally open to with this is like, please feel free to like yap at me about Sparta, because I don't actually know all that much about Sparta. And if you have ideas or suggestions for things that I should make or how I should make things, I'm open. I have 2 ears and I'm capable of using at least one of them most of the time. I only have one eye though, so my reading comprehension might suck. How come your dwarves are so happy? Because they haven't seen anything super traumatic yet? Dwarves are very resilient. Like, people often underestimate just how tough dwarves can be and just like assume that they're going to fall over and like revel in sadness and distress at the slightest thing. It's like, really? They kind of don't. You kind of have to like have bodies everywhere or make them witness death or like have miasma constantly or like not give them new clothing when their clothes wear off their bodies. But like, as long as you give them kind of the basics, they kind of have to snowball for a bit to get upset. And we, like, really nothing traumatic has happened yet. Like, we had, like, one instance of... We had one collapse where a dwarf got some bruises. Like, that's kind of the most traumatic thing that's happened so far, so... Like, just as a hobby, Bruce? Yeah, you have to work at it. Like, why are my dwarves not upset? Because I haven't gotten good, okay? I'm trying. I will have to do some research on Deep Space's most recent fortress to see if I can piss my dwarves off some more. Master of Misery? I don't know about that. Maybe like that the master of balancing societal collapse and chaos and entertainment? I haven't seen you stream in a minute. Wait, what have you been playing, Deep Space? I just haven't been on the computer in the evening. Is everyone in the military in this fort? Not everyone. According to the rules, only half the people need to be in the military. So half of the dwarves-ish are currently in the military. I mean, it's 44 and currently I have, I don't know. It's about half. I do need to move some dwarves around though. I also need to make another ladies squad. So I've got beard squads and non-beard squads. And I am refraining from putting dwarves with, like, axes or pickaxes into the military. So there is that. Just for my own sanity. How you liking Songs of Six? I don't actually think I've caught you streaming a Songs of Six. How's the little visualizer plugin coming? Something has collapsed on the surface. I was kind of expecting that. Uh-oh. No blood, no blood, no blood. It's fine. What's a little bit of unconscious knockout between friends? They ran 12-man teams of 3. I mean, I wouldn't want to. It also does it really matter? Like I feel like making the dwarves shirtless and use spears and shields is already kind of enough, you know? Like what more do you want from me? Custom. Who's using the custom uniform? Is it you? Okay, so let's just do stone rocks short sword. There you go, rock short sword. And let's just make 30 of them. Especially now that I've got extra dwarves hanging around, so I'll just plop down some more craft source shops. You got that dumb history you'd like to share? Fair enough. Is there such a thing? What? Or is this like my favorite of how ancient Greece had French fries? Because that is my favorite piece of history that I like to share with people. Yeah, no, absolutely, Linku. I don't know. I'm not a historian, but I look at how their government works and I go, oh, you can see like echoes of like what that system was, but it's very different than the system that we had. Not to say that that system is necessarily better or worse, aside from maybe the racism of it all, but like, it is interesting to look at it and draw parallels and see similarities. That's kind of all I have to say. So Shorticus, the manager, has withdrawn from society, so nothing's going to get set up for a bit. But you are beginning a strange mood. They used other root vegetables, but it was like, what, Pompeii that they found evidence of, like, fast food and taking root vegetables and then frying them in animal fat on, like, little carts and handing it out in, like, little cloth bag things. Like little, yeah, effectively just fast food. 3 pieces of obsidian and goat leather. Well, it's not being improved with anything to increase the value, that's for sure. All right, so then up here, I'm just going to go bed. No beds yet. Waiting for more beds. Door's done. With starch and animal fat, and there you go, it's good eating. I mean, it'll come out like the similar texture to a fry, but yeah. But I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know what they used for potato. I just know that it was like a root vegetable. Probably a parsnip or something. And Shorticus, the manager, has created a Mafol Laduth, an obsidian table, and offers it to the Muscular Spear of Strength. That is the name of our group chat. The Muscular Spear of Strength. I will throw that table into this temple. Let's just make sure it's the right table. I assume it is. It is. Sweet. And let's also accept this and see how much more value we need. Buffalo Opagus. Thank you very much for continuing that gift sub from our lives. Cheers, man. Appreciate you. As I raise my can of lemon spritz. Could I please get a big round of beers? This is an obsidian table. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round obsidian cabochons and encircled with bands of oval obsidian cabochons. On the item is an image of Mistum painted ransacked the dwarf in obsidian. On the item is an image of dwarves in goat leather. What's the value of this? Getting there. 7,400. So I need to improve the value of this without improving the value. I might actually cut some gems. Or maybe pedestal? Yeah, let's cut some gems and see what I can do. And also, I am going to build a wall, but it's going to bottleneck things into around here, or aim to bottleneck things into around there. So it's going to go up and around the top here, down the back, and then around, like, around through here. And either going to bottleneck things through here, or alternatively also bottleneck things through here. And the reason I'm going to do it that way is so that I can have the ability to force things into my army without having to, like, rely too much on them just pathing in the way they decide to. So, spider, where? I don't see one. I'll let you know if I spot it, though. Should get a cat. My base? No, just a temple to the god of murder. Any resemblance to a spider is completely and utterly coincidental. Ancient democratic experiment fails incorporating into the situation into the current version of democracy would be good reform, theoretically at least. Wait. Are we talking about Dwarf Fortress or real life? Like, because if we're talking about real life, yeah, I think, like, real life, most places in the world need some sort of reform, so that'd be cool. What are you? Just meditating on murder, nothing fancy. Can you get a dwarf? Certainly. What kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have preference? Do you want beard or no beard? You would like a dwarf with a beard and no shirt. All right. How about Burr? You're in the Copper Works? I think we should set a season as training season for the military. And I'm thinking it's going to be summer, where I just put everybody in the military on training for the summer. He dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He tends to think before acting, and he is assertive. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is slow to anger and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He isn't particularly ambitious. He has a greedy streak, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he tends to stretch his body when he's thinking. He shakes his finger up and down when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally respects power and dreams of raising a family. He likes ash glaze, aluminum, and faint yellow diamond, as well as common snapping turtle shell, brown recluse, spider silk, bracelets, flasks, and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. Hippolasophodon man, I guess. for their feathers, and the words of the adoration of reason, and the sound of the beige of style, and the sight of the gravel of amethyst, when possible prefers to consume asparagus, fonio beer, and blood amaranth flower, and absolutely hates rats. And he has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, a very long sideburns are braided, and a very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven, his teeth are tangled, and he has a scratchy voice. His free-lobed tall ears are splayed out, and his lips are very thin, his brass eyes are slightly close set, and his hair is dark tan, and his skin is pink. Now, the more visually astute of you may have noticed that we got started actually pretty swiftly today, instead of just loitering for a while, because my plan for today is to play Dwarf Fortress until like 2, and then do a first-time dive into some astronauts. Because that leaves early access in like, what, a week and a bit? 2 weeks? So that's kind of my thinking. So we're going to do this for like 4 or 5 hours. And we'll play some astronauts. But I do have a hard out today. I have to end stream at 5 my time. Because I have to go pick up stuff from the garden up the street. You will be around for that? Astronauts with a O, not a. Arm finish in YouTube chat. So do keep that in mind. If I do end up doing any extra streams over the next few days, Astronauts is likely to happen. Because I want to learn that game, and I've been saying I'll play it when it leaves early access for a very long time. So damn it, it's time. How long beard till waist considered a shirt? How long until beard to waist? The dwarves never consider it a shirt. But, I don't know. I don't know. Where's are you upset about shirt? Glum after getting into an argument? Some dwarves get very embarrassed if you make them not wear a shirt, and then some just kind of don't care, which I think is real funny. All right, so let's go over to this and begin digging. How fancy do I want to be with the murder tunnel, chat? Jagged edges or constructed edges? How fancy should I be with this? What do we think? So unsmoothed edges, you're thinking? Spartans are not fancy? Okay. You know, honestly, this has nothing to do with historical accuracy. The movie 300, Spartans seem fancy. And they also seem very fashionable. They're just very particular. You know what I mean? Like, they're just very particular on where they apply the fancy. That is a weird sentence. They're just very particular on how and where they apply the fancy. But I don't want to say that they're not fancy. You know? So Putnam says, I don't think we've touched that in relation to amounts of animals showing up in migrant waves. That's in relation to both. Nickpaw. That's in relation to both. I'm pretty sure I've had kids in migrant waves, just not in this world. But granted, this is my second fort in this world, so. If anything, you've had fewer animals showing up? You know, the last time something like this happened, like Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, right? Most of you probably remember that. And then there was suddenly a point where I was like, hey, like, chat, any of you guys seen a troll? And chat's like, what do you mean? There's very few trolls in this chat. And I was like, no, not that kind of troll. Have any of you guys seen a troll invade you as part of a siege? It's like, well, there's tons of them in the underground. No. Have any of you seen a troll invade you as part of a siege? And then we realized that, like, goblins weren't training any underground creatures and had been doing that since the release of the Steam version, even though they're supposed to. And that was not ideal. Let's just get everybody training right now. As in, which one do I prefer? I get a better cut from Twitch, and generally more people watch on Twitch, but you watch whichever one is more comfortable to you in the location that you are in. YouTube works better on TV apps, as an example. Plain in this guy left a $2 super chat and says, what's fancier, YouTube chat or Twitch chat? Twitch chat tends to pay my bills. YouTube does once maybe every 6 months. Like, I think there was 2 months last year where YouTube, including video revenue, keep that in mind, I make like $400 a month off of my streams on YouTube. The majority of the money, which is nothing for clarity here, the majority of the money I do make through that YouTube channel, though, comes from videos. And there was 2 months last year where the YouTube channel made more than the Twitch channel in a month. And this month, last month technically, but this month's paycheck, the YouTube channel made about $1,000 more than the Twitch channel, but that was because the dragon video went bonkers. So, no, I mean, this was a thing that was fixed in 2023, Sophidus. In regards to trolls invading you, like, goblins didn't bring any animals for about a year and a half, and it took a while for people to notice, and I remember reporting that bug. Yeah, no, so that's been fixed for a while and is no issue. There's so many Kias. So yeah, this is my army at the minute. Small caravan has arrived. Trade sentiments are cautious. Do I trade with them? Do I not trade with them? Do I steal from them, or do I not trade from them and wait until next year so I can drop them in the lava? If I wait until next year, I think I'm going to trade my shirts to them at very low value and then drop them in a volcano next year. A year and a half-ish. Wawa. It was like summer, late summer? 2024, I think, 23 or 20. I need to look actually exactly when that patch came in, but it was either late 2023 or late 2024. So it was either about a year or about a year and a half. I'm going to sell the shirts to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here and I'm going to go to armor. Boop. 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 Bup, ba-da, 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 ba-da. And, armor. Yes. What squad are you in? You are in the fenced roosters. Just this. And you're going to be set to no orders. Cancel that. So you can come over here and trade at depot. I don't know. I'm not from Ancientgrease. I don't know what they had at the bottom of their pits, man. But lava's more efficient in this universe, so that's what I'm sticking to. Buy the goat's milk, the swamp whiskey, the sewer brew, and the llama's milk. Why not? And, that singular gem, because why not? And then as many of these plants as I can. Actually, how about I buy the fish instead? Trade? Ah, there we go. Give them a stiff deal. It's the one time we're going to trade with them. Okay, well, this is a bottomless pit that leads directly to the underworld, courtesy of our Lord and Savior Armok. And if that ain't good enough, then boo-hoo. That's my strat. Praise be. Damn right. Praise be his angriness. There we go. We'll do it that way. Good news, there's still plenty of logs around. Just hack down more trees. We'll do that. You're going to your dentist appointment for a clean. May you be cavity-free and have a clean mouth. We'll see you later, Bioactive. Hopefully Bioactive 420 isn't actively in your mouth, because that might be bad. News and expensive bill from dentist. I wish dentists weren't so expensive. I never said I was going to go all the way to hell. 94 Tales. Until just now, when I was bullshitting about how I don't care about historical reality. It's not going to go all the way to hell. It's going to go to Magma Sea, which I'm using the two terms interchangeably. My apologies. But I am not going to go all the way to hell. There's no changing my mind. It's just not going to happen. That's still too expensive. But that's significantly cheaper than I pay for the dentist, so.
The Dojo Bow.
Metal Fuse, thank you very much for the 19th month. It's good to see you. But yeah, bubbling vile ocean of lava is where it's going to go to. But the reason I'm not going to make it go to hell is, to be honest with you, I just kind of don't feel like it. Like, that would just be too time consuming. And I don't actually know if you can dig up. So you used to be able to go underneath the Magma Sea, and using shenanigans, you used to be able to dig vertically up through the semi-molten rock. I don't think you can do that anymore. But I haven't tried, so there is that. New as of yesterday, anyway. We just, like, doubled our population, so. On a migrant wave. All right, so how's the value of this? Let's go into here and go you and you. This is going to take forever because I only have that many dwarves that aren't currently doing military stuff for the season. I mean, dwarves have... If you're implying that there aren't gay dwarves, I can vehemently assure you that there are most definitely gay dwarves. You just don't see them super often. So there absolutely is the homosexuality, but the technology is a little bit out of this world. The way I see this is like dwarves that like found a weird scroll that had the ideology of like the theoretical lifestyle of the comic book Spartans and decided to adopt it. You know? That's to me that's what this is. So like if this is like, you know, if Dwarf Fortress is like a weird interdimensional space, maybe some wizard fell through a portal and was like, "Hey, do you see that people like in other dimensions run around with like spears and stuff?" And go, "Brrrah! Why are you not equipping stuff, duder? Let's just reassign you." Oh, maybe because there's like literally isn't one available. It's entirely plausible, actually. Like aliens misinterpreting the golden disc kinds of things. Shh. What's the golden disc? Wait, do you mean the record thing that they shot into space? Yeah, okay, got it. I love just the mutilated Kias kind of everywhere. It's pretty funny. Actually, just gonna put these bottom 3 squads into no orders for a little bit, just so that they can go put stuff away. Just want to get this stuff built. What is this fortress plan? Big wars, weird military, piss everybody off, pretend to be Spartans. How does the shirt rule apply to women? All male dwarves must be shirtless. So it doesn't apply to women? Like, that's literally like what the rules say. All male dwarves must be shirtless at all times. Does not apply to women. I really need to set up a bookkeeper. Okay, so you... That was the mango wood crown we stole from the elves. And this over here can just be a cut gem. And then I'm going to just put some gem windows into this, I think. I mean, now that's not up to me, Bismuth. Although, unrelated, they should add crop tops to Dwarf Fortress. I mean, we already have short skirts. So you can already have a dwarf with a short skirt and a long jacket, but... Probably good on a hot day, though. Your adventurer went insane right after unretiring your fort, even though I made her drink beforehand? DFAC to the rescue? Sounds like you did a very good job murder hoboing and not a very good job worrying about your adventurer's mental health. You should keep an eye on your your adventurer's mental health while playing adventure mode, because like if you're constantly traumatizing them, yeah, they probably will immediately go nuts when you start playing in fort mode. Basically, get good is what I'm trying to say. Can pockets of water exist underground? Your 4 miners just drowned digging a channel near a small pond. I mean, are you playing on a heavy aquifer? Are you digging in dirt? Are you looking at if there's moist edges? But the short answer is yes, sort of. The long answer is yes, kind of. Be careful. But it sounds like you dug into a pocket of water. Probably not one underground, though, if you're digging close to the surface. There we go. It's now a high enough value so we can recognize the High Priest. Okay, Chad, who sounds like a High Priest to you? Aspericus? Beardinitis? Or Beericlus? I think it's... Chad, I don't know. Help me choose who should be our religious leader. Oh, some more migrants have arrived. Just what I... It's been like... Wait. Did I just get 2 in one season? I guess we started like mid... No, it was spring and then summer. Wow, okay. That doesn't really help, though. What's up, Cat on Alt? Also Cat on Mars. Well, so where's Cat on Control? And then where's Cat on Delete? Cat, thanks for the raid. What's up, guys? If you guys don't know who Cat is, shoutouts to Cat on Mars. Appreciate the raid. I hope your stream was good. What were you fudging around with today? I'm building a Spartan-themed dwarven fort. So all the male dwarves are shirtless. We're putting everybody in the military pretty much. I can't make things fancy, which is difficult when I need value for things. And that's all. Got it. You tried a guild run, which is just teamfight tactics PvE mode. Okay. Isn't like that kind of like a more turn-based structure of like a Vampire Survivors though? It's kind of like an auto battle. Like that's just an auto battler. Huh. Anyway, since chat isn't helping me decide, I'm just gonna go with Aspericus because that's just a funny name. So now we've got Aspericus, who's the Sacred Wickedness, and the first hex is Azuri. So good for them. And I'm getting another migrant wave, which is actually kind of nuts. Turns out everybody wants to live in ancient Greece, which is now officially the capital, by the way. Which is kind of bonkers. A build maker? Yeah, sounds fun. Well, anyway, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that the new game was fun. And thanks for trusting me with the nerds who were lurking. Speech skills. And they train speech-related skills for preachers. So anything speech-related is good for them. Where was I? This. We're going to get a mayor soon, which means I need to make more offices. I'm not a mountain home. I am a capital. A capital is not a mountain home. If I satisfy the queen, I would be a mountain home. It would say mountain home up there if I was the mountain home. I'm just the capital. These are two different things. Two quite different things, actually. Because capital just means that you have the monarch in your fortress. Mountain home means that you have the monarch in your fortress and you found the 7 symbols and all that. So, it's a prerequisite to that. But isn't that? All right, let's give this top squad a break. Get the bottom squad training. It's going to give them a second to get over there and begin training. You must satisfy the queen. Mm-hmm. What are the 7 symbols? Press. Wait? I'm always don't take this the wrong way, Nick Paw. I'm always amazed when somebody who's been around the channel for a long time doesn't know this because it just reinforces that maybe I don't explain things well enough often enough. The 7 symbols are like the god artifacts that you find in the fun tubes on the way down into hell. So like the flickering metal spear or whatever. You get 7 of those and you assign them to the queen, and then you make the true throne, which is a throne made out of either god metal or adamantine, and then you have the true throne and you are the mountain home. Also, Darragorn, it's good to see you. I'm trying to figure out what Linku said. Scrolling up here, and I don't see anything that's particularly clear, but or whatever Poratito was responding to. So I don't see nothing. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm trying to figure out where I want to do this. I'm just going to go here for right now and just make a metal ores spot. And I'm actually going to throw 4 wheelbarrows in there. And I'm going to go find you and be like, wheelbarrow, bed. Let's just do 20, 30. We need a bunch of both of those. You got 4 divine artifacts. What is this candy throne I need? You've got 4 divine. You got 4 divine artifacts. So the artifacts, you go here and you click on this button and you assign them to the monarch. Also, she's got a sword assigned to her, which I've never seen before, nor did I know that she had. What? I guess we don't have access to that sword. Where is that sword? Yeah, it's definitely not here. Wild. Okay. So you have to assign them to the queen, and then you either need to make an adamantine throne or a throne out of god metals, which can be melted down if you get it from angels. So the demons that attack you that have weapons, those can be melted down if they're not cloth, which often they are. And then the melted down weapons can be turned into furniture if you get enough bars. I think you need 7. And then you put that throne in their throne room, and then you become mountain home instead of capital. I did become a mountain home in the Dragon Fort. Oh yeah, adamantine is candy. I use the 2 terms interchangeably, which I'm sure isn't helpful. Is that the This Is Sparta hole? The one on the right, yes. This thing is the This Is Sparta hole. But we have to get a lot deeper for it to be a complete This Is Sparta hole, you know? Also what Daragorn said, yeah. Yeah, the circus is the underworld. Candy is adamantine. Admittedly, it is like kind of a candy color. Well, being a circus doesn't mean you are in the circus. The one and only. circus. So does that mean that if your fort is a circus, if you are eating tacos, does that make it a circus ole? Or maybe it's more of a circus mole. Also, I fully understand if chat wants to crucify me after that one. I will put the nails in myself. All right, we finally have the totals of our items now, which is lovely. And we're over here just making earthenware blocks. Okay, so we're just putting all these dwarves onto staggered training. You're just novice and dabbling. Just unable to pray. You're improving sword. You're adequate. Adequate, but fighting in a conflict with a bird, because that's just our life. There we go. Got these earthenware blocks building. Although I'm probably going to go in and reinforce a lot of these blocks with reinforced walls in the future. Just because, I don't know, that seems more dwarfy / Spartan-y. When did I say that Romans did that? Me making a pun is unrelated to the Romans, but thanks for the factoid. Yeah, they tied things up. Makes sense. Nails being used as a Bible invention? Well, obviously fiction has to dramatize things, so that makes sense. It's called creative license, okay? Come on. So is horns on Viking helmets? I see a pattern. My favorite pet theory is like, I don't, there's like, I've never seen any historical reason to believe that this pet theory is true, by the way. So just putting that out there with that statement first. But my pet theory is that the reason they thought that there were minotaurs is because some dude at some point who was really tall took a bull's head and stuck it on his head on his way into battle. They were like, that man had the head of a bull. What the fuck? I kind of want to attack this thing. But it doesn't really have any stuff for me that's worth stealing, so I'm not going to bother. It'd be hard to say. Look, it's this rope. Look at these rope burns on my wrists. Yeah, true. It's they'd be pretty heavily healed by that point. Also, you writing Jesus like that just makes me think of, like, Hey Jude, but, like, about the fucking god of thunder. Which is a funny mental image. Minotaur was 100% a Cyclops episode? What? Oh, I see what you mean. I was like, is that like a filler episode in an anime? What's a Cyclops episode? And then I realized, okay, yeah, now I get you. I get it. I'm just going to infinity pile boulders right here for ease. None of that. Grab this, grab this, grab this, grab this, grab this, grab this. Do this, that, this. Grab you. Click, click, click. Done. And then I just need a minecart. Easy peasy. Let's just go to you and go. Cart. 1, please. I just need to get all of the metal ores stacked up there as effectively as possible. And ideally... Why is there a Kia? Overcome by terror. I would be too if I was going into a dwarven fortress. I mean, like... The impressive thing about the moods in this fort is you'd think that the dwarves that are in combat constantly with Kias would be kind of upset about it. But they seem kind of not upset about it, which is kind of nuts to me. Let's just go to you and say cheese. Make us some cheese. And go all the way down to here and see how things are doing. More magnetite from the looks. Which means they'll finish this upper level first. Fair enough, Gersh. I mean, I'm a stereotypical Canadian man. I say, A, sorry, and I live in an igloo and have a pack of 14 sled dogs, and don't say anything to my pet moose. He's not friendly and does bite aggressively. And he knows where it hurts, too, so, like, be very cautious around the moose. Here, I'm trying to click on a layer that's the layer below. Go figure. I don't know, bud. Sorry about that. Should have served that little peakling, right? Anyways, where was I? Quite stereotypical Polish man, aka drunk. I just heard something that tickled your autism, so it's just what I yeah, it's fair. It's all good. Babble about all the things. But no, I one of my favorite formats of memes is this is the animal, this is the animal's skull, this is how aliens would recreate the animal. And like I don't chat. You guys have seen that meme, right? Because that is by far highest quality meme template in the last period of time that I can think of in the last few seconds. Kogan, the militia captain, has been taken by a fey mood, the feyest of moods. Yeah, pugs, cats. Cats was a good one. Legendary leather worker. We're going to make a legendary leather thong, please. Can you be Kogan? You mean the one that just went to the strange mood? Sure. Darius Cardrin ensures practical concerns for philosophical discussions, puzzles, riddles, and the world of ideas. He rarely looks at others with lust, and has a calm demeanor, and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since the screen is moving in the background and I can't read properly. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he is quite ambitious, and he tends to be trusting. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he occasionally overindulges. He can handle stress and has a greedy streak, and it gnaws on his cheek when he's excited. He dreams of skill mastery and personally hates those who wield power over others, values family, loyalty, and doesn't care one way or another. Doesn't care about art one way or another, and doesn't respect commerce. This seems like a good Spartan. He likes cryolite and bronze and pink jade and rhinoceros horn, two-humped camel parchment, and gems, as well as warhammers, slabs, goats for their eating habits, and elk for their grace and not their horrific screams, and the words of the periwinkle of teachers, and when possible prefers to consume swamp whiskey and alfalfa seeds and absolutely hates fire snakes. Welcome to the fort, Darius. That's not a stereotype. That's just mean. Wawa. You see, that's like asking, like, have you drawn your 3 chapters of manga and worked on your anime this week to just somebody from Japan? No. That isn't something that we do. That is something that we know other people like, and so we export it. So we trick you into thinking that we drink our liter of maple syrup every day, but in reality, I'm going to let out some national trade secrets here. We just tell people that we do that so that they want to do that, and then they buy our maple syrup, and that's how Quebec stays in business. It's true. None of this is sarcasm. Yeah. Let's see what you make, Dwarf. You can make parchment out of any leather. Vibe God in YouTube chat. True, actually, asterisk, asterisk. Citation needed. Honestly, there's probably some truth to that statement. I actually couldn't tell you the last time I had maple syrup. We're in an ad break right now, so I'm going to take this ad break as a time to remind everybody that I just want to say thank you to those of you who've tuned in so far today. And just wanted to remind everybody that because this is a crowdfunded channel, if you'd like to support the channel, consider using a Prime sub if you have one available. And if you want to know where is the best place to support my channel, you can go to my website, blindirl.com, and go to blindirl.com/support, or click on the support tab. What does Spartan mean? Exclamation point challenge or exclamation point goal will give you the answer. It's something I took from the wiki. It's a old playstyle challenge thingy from a old portion of the wiki that unfortunately needs some updates. But is basically here's a bunch of tips or ideas of how to play Dwarf Fortress so that it remains interesting. Or here's weird ways to play Dwarf Fortress, and I'm trying to replicate it. So far, the hardest thing has been making all the male dwarves take their shirts off. Happy to help, Brucey. So thanks for hanging out. Probably getting another one soon. Hell yeah. The Quebucks. Honestly, I'll take Quebucks over Canadian pesos. Not... If you think bagged milk is a thing, you've only been to one very specific part of Canada. There's like one province where that's common, and it's further away from me than Mexico. So, bagged milk, like I was informed about the existence of bagged milk by the internet in the late 2000s. Just to give you an idea on how much of a not thing it is in most of Canada. Honestly, I'm more concerned about RAM and memory cartels than maple syrup cartels. It's mostly Ontario. It's like Ontario and like some of the Maritimes. But spoiler, bagged milk is extremely common literally everywhere. If you've ever been to a Starbucks and they put milk in your coffee, it probably came out of a bag. If you've ever been in a McDonald's, I guarantee you it came out of a bag. If you've ever been to a Dunkin' Donuts, your milk came out of a bag, or your cream came out of a bag. If you've ever been to any fast food restaurant with fast food style coffee, or even most restaurants, your milk came out of a bag. It's just not common in grocery stores outside of Ontario. Bag milk is common in the military. Meat bags, milk bags, same diff. Darius Cardrin, the militia captain, has created Duthalabriuk Gekast, a yak leather cap, and claims it as a personal treasure. I could give it to you. But I know the birds will steal it. What if I give it to the queen? It's a tall yak leather cap. So it's a top hat? This is a tall yak leather cap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with leather and encircled with bands of brilliant cut praises. This object menaces with spikes of echidna leather. I mean, how do they know the value of items? Video games, and that's the way they're programmed. But like in reality, there's lots of different types of birds that will go after shiny things. Or like in real life, Kia they're just very curious, bored birds. So they'll just go and like pick parts out of vehicles because like they're like, oh, I can pull this insulation out with my beak. Neat. They're like a cat. They're just kind of surprised that they can break it, and then they just disassemble things. They're like nature's demolition crew. Although watching a video of like a bunch of parrots slowly deconstructing a police car might be one of the funniest things in the world to me. All right, let's go. You've had bagged milk in Europe, I guarantee you. It's just a restaurant thing, like restaurant supply thing. I guarantee it. Absolutely guarantee it. And it's because they don't make 10, 30, or 40 liter jugs. Or 50 liter jugs. It's 10, 30, or 50 liter jugs, but they do make 10, 30, and 50 liter bags. So unless you're getting milk by the barrel, which might be weirder to me, you've had milk that has been in a bag. Paul Harvey, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the 43rd month. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Paul? Thanks for keeping that sub alive. Also, holy shit, somebody used a sound command that wasn't hobos for the first time this week. It's crazy. Bark, 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 bark. Ice Blue, do you have a custom one? I do owe you one if you want one.
Woo!
I've owed you one for a while. You just need to reach out to me. Still a good few more of these. Did someone do a bark on Tuesday? I missed it. Okay, I guess I should say the, like, asterisk here. That I've noticed. How does this work the drop? That is a wild way to sentence that. This little support here is connected to the ground, which is one layer above. And this is me slowly cutting out the edges all the way down until we get down to the bottom of this and there's only open space all the way around. And then I will channel out this bottom one, which will then expose it to the caverns. So the only spot that will be held by something will be the top layer. And then I will connect this to a lever, pull the lever, and then it'll all fall. That's how it's going to work. Basically, I'm removing all of the support from the edges of this so that I can drop it all simultaneously at once. There is one. So in YouTube chat, Vibe God says they should bring back glass bottles for milk. There is one dairy farm or dairy company that I'm aware of here where I live that sells milk in glass bottles. It's Avalon. And on average, it costs about twice as much for it. But if anywhere that sells Avalon glass bottles, if you bring an empty one back, you get a refund for, I think it's $2. Or you get like a $2 voucher towards your next one, essentially. Because a large portion of that cost, well, one, it's like the hoity-toity fancy place. But two, it's like a large portion of the cost is the bottle. So like, it's one of those things where, yeah, I don't disagree. It would be nice. But like at the same time, people want milk in large quantities. If you buy milk, I don't buy milk. I buy almond milk. People want milk in large quantities usually. Glass is heavy. So if you're buying it by the gallon or by the 3 liter, like that's a lot of glass. So suddenly like the cost to just buy a jug of milk is going to quadruple. And yeah, you get a voucher towards the next one, but it's still more out of your pocket. It's heavy, it's brittle, it shatters. It's like, I agree on all counts. It's better as a vessel for transporting things. But I don't think people actually want it. What I think we should do is bring your own jug for a lot of liquids. But that's just me. Shoutouts to Bulk Barn. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I cop Ukamod, the werehorse baby. I guess I should turn off visitors to that. You know, at the end of the day, Moreb, I don't want to be that guy, but I'll be that guy today. If our species of people cared about not dying in an inferno of flame, we would stop blowing each other up and shoot important things into space that are useful to society. Because everything blowing up is causing a lot more problems for the planet than somebody buying a jug of milk. Don't blame the consumer. Blame leadership. That's all. So I said, what the fuck? This is a were creature. This is a werehorse. This baby is a werehorse. Well, I've been told that if you fire off enough nukes, it starts a nuclear winter, so maybe we need that. No ethical consumption under capitalism, correct, Cleno. You said people prefer to die to heat strokes than to do the least of efforts for planet preservation when I was talking about why glass is impractical to carry milk. Like, dude. You're blaming the consumer. Like, sorry. Trump isn't going to even try to solve global warming. He's going to live in as much luxury as he possibly can until the day that he dies, and then he doesn't care anymore. What's the hottest day this year? It depends. I was in Armstrong this past weekend for a metal festival where it was 41 degrees. but it was only like 8% humidity, so it was really dry. So it was okay in the shade. It was too fucking hot though. Too hot. Like the air just felt like walking into an oven. It was not pleasant. And today it is one of the hotter days, or yesterday was one of the hotter days we've had, and it was 26 degrees, about 22 degrees in my apartment. Holy shit, that's a lot of migrants. Oh no! Anyways, Wawa. We're getting another migrant wave, which means I need to make another shirtless squad. Wait, hold up. Do I get all of the new migrants all at once in here? That kind of looks like it. Interesting. I mean, I prefer 16C, but who cares? Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? I don't want to stare at the thing that Wawa said, even though I'm pretty sure they're just futzing around. I just don't want to see it. It just upsets me. And it's going to send me in a direction I don't think people want it. Also, I didn't start this shit. I was just innocently talking about stereotypes and bagged milk. So don't you blame me for this. By making sure Michigan knows it's a problem. Poor Michigan. All right, let's go here and say naked. Strip. Take your clothes off. Then armor. Where did all these fucking shirts come from, man? I'm gonna say traders must still be here. Actually, maybe the easier way to do this is unforbid all these and then trade them all. What? Oh, I see. It's because it's all still owned by them. So never mind, I do actually need to go back there and do that again. My bad. Because it takes a little while for the ownership to be abandoned when it's forbidden. But they do abandon it pretty quick. All right. Let's take you off duty, boot you out of the military for the moment. Jump up to here. Throw you into that. Throw you into that. Jump up to here. Go you. Go to here. Go you. And that's everybody for the minute. Then you. Let's just... let's probably sell some gems, I don't know. See what else they got. Oh, I've got totems, don't I? Guess not. Should make some more of those. Could just sell the extra obsidian short spears. Short swords. I don't think anything is funny in this subject, Coco Mecha. You had 41 with high humidity in the Netherlands late June. It was not fun. That sucks, dude. Yeah, I was watching that heat wave when it was coming through. Yeah, anything above 30 here is like hard to deal with, especially because our housing isn't built for it. All right, let's grab you. See how much value I have to trade. Cassiterite, I will buy. That I will buy. That I will buy. Some of these I will buy. And then I will trade. I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that I'm not getting wagons, but I'll take it. Is that Werehorse Baby still here? Yes, you are. I need you to leave, Werehorse Baby. Should I just kill this Werehorse Baby? I feel like the Spartans would kill this Werehorse Baby. I know that it's a little grim, but I feel that the Spartans would kill this Werehorse Baby. So I'm going to kill this Werehorse Baby. Sorry, baby. It's too big of a threat to be left. Why the long face? Stabs. Pretty much. Nay, nay, nay. Sparta desires no weaknesses, no threats, more like. Killing a goddamn baby? It's a monster. It's a werehorse. It's also cursed to be a baby for all eternity, which might actually be worse than dying. Like, imagine slowly gaining intelligence, but also being trapped in a baby's body. It's like a cartoon. It's okay. We need the fight. With localized drops up to 5C just by planting more trees in the city? Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, like, what's it called? Concrete creates heat, which is why it's like on average, it's like 6 degrees warmer in cities than it is in surrounding country areas, because concrete takes in heat and just like ejects it straight back outwards. Whereas like, one of the hardest parts for me about going to deserts in general is then walking around on the sidewalk and just being like exposed, because so few places that are like, you know, don't have a lot of trees just don't build shade, because they just assume that everybody's gonna be in a car. So if you are, you know, foot traffic visiting some place that doesn't have a lot of shade, that's always the toughest thing. But planting trees does a lot. Planting trees, etc. Did it give them sad thoughts? Of course. They don't want to see a baby die. Although this dwarf, Beard, didn't feel anything after seeing the human's dead body. It really depends. It depends on if they were friends. Yeah, they don't seem to care so much. But you also have to remember that, like, I'm kind of hardening up these dwarves. Once they're hardened, they're not going to get bad thoughts. And it's also worth noting that dwarves tend to get bad thoughts about characters dying if it's somebody they knew. If they didn't know them, they don't generally care so much. So now all these boulders are going to start falling because we're cutting through the lower level down to the lava. But, okay, so, like, Dwarf Fortress isn't a game where, like, oh no, they didn't use a goblet, it's gonna ruin their life. Oh no, they got rained on, it's gonna ruin their life. It's about compounding effects, right? So, this dwarf was annoyed when caught in the rain, but then satisfied after working, blissful, sleeping in a good bedroom, euphoric due to inebriation, satisfied, interstate after having an intellectual discussion, followed by satisfied, didn't feel anything after seeing a Kia's dead body, didn't feel anything after seeing a human's dead body, self-pity after being unable to practice martial art. Put this dwarf back in the military for a bit. Wants to see family. Wants to pray to their god, which isn't or actually just wants to go pray to their god, which is the normal god that everybody prays to. Didn't feel anything after seeing the body. So, like, the few dejected and, like, brown negative moods, which is, like, a pretty, like, minor negative effect, is pretty mid. Like, that's not a huge concern. And drinking without a goblet, cup, or mug once won't ruin their life. But if they're constantly getting rained on, haven't ever seen a family member, have never been allowed to make a craft, really need to party, and, like, don't have any clothes on because you've never made any, and they want to train a martial art, like, that over time will compound to cause them to get very upset. But, like, one instance of them seeing something negative, or even 10 instances of them encountering dead bodies, isn't going to end their life. And I think that, you know, this isn't RimWorld. Like, you're not going to get a minus 30 debuff because something bad happened once. It's not like in RimWorld where they eat without table and they get, if I recall that just being a minus 5. I could be wrong. Mood debuff, that's just there for 30 days. That's not how this works. It's like, it's more like, instead of just like a strict binary number, it's like, or a yes or no thing, it's more like, it's a very specific reference, Supreme Commander, where you have pull and push, like, resource ratios. So, like, you're creating power, but you're using power. So as long as you're creating more power than you're using, you're good. And as long as the dwarf is getting more positive thoughts and positive reoccurring memories than negative, you're probably good. But here's the funny thing. If a dwarf gets too many positive reoccurring memories, it can make them more needy. So, like, if you look at their, like, thoughts and personalities, this is a positive thought that they're remembering. This is a negative thought because this dwarf experienced trauma, probably when the child died. Uneasy after seeing the child die. So those could make this dwarf more prone to stress if they dwell on them, but it could also make this dwarf stronger if they dwell on them. Like, they can become completely immune to the effects of stress after seeing somebody die, but it could also make them more anxious after seeing a dead body. But, like, if they have too many positive thoughts, it could make them be more stoic or learn to value something. But learning to value something might make them more upset when they see another thing. Does that make sense? So it's all a balance. Seems very niche. I don't know. It's not the most niche. All right, so with all that done, I just need to hook this up to a lever. Hey, chat, how many of you are playing Dwarf Fortress right now? I'm just kind of curious. Where did I put a lever somewhere, and I don't remember where I put it, so I need to find it. Did I not put a lever somewhere? Oh, shit. I guess I didn't put a lever somewhere. I don't know why I'm whispering. Let's just go over here and plop a lever down. I didn't put it anywhere. Good to know. What'd you do, Subgoat? Pal World. Yeah, that's definitely the same game. Link. Shorticus is gonna go grab it. I don't know. Dwarf Fortress at one point was like one of the most successful, like independently funded indie games ever made, and I think it still kind of is that to a degree. You're wood, but tired from work. Yeah, I getcha. Okay, so this I'm actually going to expand you to body parts and corpses. Because I have a feeling, yeah, a bunch of stuff is going to be brought down here. I can't actually tell if that's a serious question or if you're asking an ironic question for a funny answer. Grish, which one is that? No, you should not have your kids doing that because kids have way fewer abilities to get a variety of positive thoughts. So you should not let kids do the extremely traumatizing things throughout their childhood. Otherwise, they will be very traumatized by the time they're an adult because they don't have as many ways to cope with the trauma. Yes, it is a meaningful simulation of personality and trauma. It very much changes the way the dwarves get along with each other, and the way they interact with one another, what they're good at, and what they're going to prioritize in themselves, and depending on how attuned you are, how much you want to change what they do. Yeah, that's how you get serial killers, Star Legend God. I no longer believe that you don't know what this game is. GVM King Games. But we're in an ad break, so I'm going to wait for these ads to end. Engagement indeed, Simon Void. It might just be that... So uBlock doesn't block ads on Twitch, Star Legend God. You might just be in a region that doesn't get ads, but I'll tell you this. So far today, since turning the stream on, I have made... $15. And I usually make about 10 to 20, on a good day, 30 in ad revenue, which I don't know how much that is until after the stream's over. So is it bad that you're using AdBlock? I don't know, you're costing me pennies. I'd prefer you didn't, because this is my income and my living, but you do you. It's more just, you know, I use AdBlock, but I whitelist things that I like. The way I see it is, feel free to use whatever AdBlock you want, but don't gloat and don't brag, because that just hits me in the feels. But anyway, GVM King Games, I kind of don't believe that you have never heard of this game, based on what you're saying. Because you're saying, interesting game, seems very niche, and now you're just, like, immediately using a bunch of Dwarf Fortress terms. I do not believe you do not know what this game is. Not that that's a bad thing, I don't think you actually don't know what this game is. I think you do. Well, I mean, some dwarves become zany, which means they develop a sense of humor when they're naked. Other dwarves, based on other traits that they have, will become, like... distressed and full of anxiety when naked. Like, you know, honestly, if you can afford it, Twitch Turbo's a pretty good deal, actually. If you watch a lot of Twitch, it makes the platform a lot nicer to use. Or you could just move to a war zone, because usually ad operators don't buy ads if they're in a war zone, because they've got other priorities. Just like, a lot of companies don't ship to active war zones. All right. I mean, GVM. Like when you tuned in, one, your GVM is my initials in real life, and two, you tuned in and you're like, this is an interesting game. Seems niche, which is not the sort of thing you do if you've played Dwarf, or say if you've played Dwarf Fortress before. So I was treating you as if you'd never heard of the game before. My bad. So I read your name and kind of like assumed either troll or has never heard of the game before. More likely the first one, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm going to knock out this, forbid all this, delete that. LARPing to be a new player is interesting. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past people. Now let's just make sure there's no dwarves on here, as funny as that would be. All right, who likes lava getting smashed? Let's do a quick save in case we want to do an instant replay. I'm not pistoning lava, I'm just removing a bunch of dirt that's above lava. Before your computer crashed, you used to put a small training area with toys and alcohol on the side of the library's dormitory. It was a clever way to make a school. The only issue, I think, with like zoning kids into a school specifically is you need to make sure they see some of the outdoors so they don't get too cave adapted, because that can be pretty traumatic too. Have you ever played adventure mode, King Games? It's not inconsequential detail, I guess is the actual answer to that. It's like saying that XCOM combat has inconsequential detail because you can decide what limb to shoot at. It is very consequential detail. Extremely consequential detail. Okay, so if you want to see some lava flung into the air and some dirt go splat, I want you to grab your lava emotes and post them in the chat, or just a red square or whatever you have access to. Interesting. Why? Huh. Oh. Where did... Wait, how did I discover this? Oh, I see. Fascinating. Okay. So there's another one right here. And I discovered this one because dwarves standing at the top of this here is close enough to see that. Let's see how this goes. I wonder if this is going to overflow. Because this is all caving in right now. Okay, yeah, it could. Totally could. Maybe not much, but there it goes. See? It's kind of cool. Does anybody want to see an instant replay of that in ASCII? I kind of do. What people used to say Coca-Cola would do to your toilet. Is this like in reference to like how Coca-Cola melts teeth? Or was it Diet Coca-Cola that makes teeth just like disappear? Actually can't remember. It was one of the two. Okay, so let's go ASCII. I'll do it a third time with the graphics on again, Basket Man. And then down in here, all the magma mist falls down. All the boulders sink. And no fire started. No, it's exactly the same combat, quite literally. It doesn't matter how many decisions the player makes. Okay, so basically, let me riddle you this for a second. Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about player-made decisions. It's about player-designated, like, approximations. You're saying that there's too much going on in the combat and that it has no consequences. That's just wrong. You can debate semantics and opinions as much as you like. I think that's silly, but you're not right. And when it comes to the player having interaction, that isn't where detail in Dwarf Fortress matters in anything. I don't know why this is a discussion, really. If you want more formations or, like, things for the player to interact with combat, that's a different topic entirely. And also, adventure mode combat is not considerably less deep. Like, what? I'm kind of starting to think that you're just here to stir and to bother people. Is that the case? Because if so, you can just go quiet or go away. The way that this works is this lever is connected to this support. When the lever is pulled, the support gets destroyed. This upper level is one layer above, and this support is connected to the ceiling above. There is no support all the way around the edges, which goes all the way down to right above the lava, and then when the lever is pulled, this entire chunk of brick goes thunk into the lava sea. That's what it does. Chat, can somebody please explain to this King Games why this isn't a particularly useful discussion? Go play Devil May Cry if you want to interact with every single hit. Like, there's games that are doing that. I don't actually believe that you are. Really, because you don't like the combat in Dwarf Fortress because you don't have enough interaction. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean that it has less depth. Like, something can have a lot of depth but be pretty hands-off. There's plenty of abstract games that have lots of depth. Are you also going to argue that Crusader Kings doesn't have a lot of depth in the combat because it's just take two piles of units and go smack? The depth comes from other places. Like, not everything needs to be about tactical dexterity to have depth. If you don't like the combat, that's fine. If you want things added to the combat, that's fine. But if you're just here to be like, do I think it has depth? Duh, you know my opinion. And I think you're trolling. I don't think it's lacking at all in that area. We disagree. I don't know what you want me to say. So, I can't help you, mate. And if you're trolling, please cease. It's just kind of annoying. You started a small civ with around 300 dwarves and a goblin ambushed, killed your liaison, and you haven't heard from them in 4 years. No caravans, no migrants, no nothing. Oh no! What should you do? Export a lot of value. That's all you really can do. But that sucks. Make sure that all of the merchants have left the map. Do you have to add bedrooms to your libraries? You just need scholars that show up to be very happy with your library. And the nicer you make the library, the better. Check, and I get a big wall of lava. Dwarf Fortress is largely a hands-off god game. If you want a game with hands-on tactical combat, there's plenty of games for you. Dwarf Fortress might get that at some point because the developers have expressed interest in developing that kind of combat for Dwarf Fortress in the future. Dwarf Fortress's combat has some incredible depth. It's just not mechanically interactive, which doesn't make it not deep. And I think that if you keep this conversations going, I don't know what you're looking for aside from just trying to pressure an opinion that you have that I disagree with, which is just kind of mean. So... Can you explain so in YouTube chat, can you explain trades when they get stuck? How do I expel traders when they get stuck in your fort? If there are traders in your fort, delete your trading depot, and if they don't leave, just kill them. Period. Like, just do that. There's several, like... Oh, Total War Dwarfhammer. I see what you're saying. I was going to say there's several Warhammer mods for Dwarf Fort, but what you mean is just, like, formations. Yeah, I mean, like... That's if you go to the Bay 12 Games website and you go to dev, there is a million different little being worked on asterisk text lines that all talk about different like things that they want to add to the game, and that formations has been on there for a very long time. For the third time, Kate Reynolds, yes. We did some instant replays. Formations coming in 2040, and honestly, that's pretty soon when you think about it. You know, just a few years ago, it seemed like Age of Mythology, which is not liked? Which is not linked. Oh, I read that it's not liked. It's like, wait, do people not like Age of Mythology? What? Do people not like fun? I mean, people hate fun. That's why they play Counter-Strike and Escape from Tarkov. They'll get mad at you, but get them off your map is what you need to do. Was there ever a time that it seemed like Dwarf Fortress development might end? When Zach had a cancer scare. But not really. I have a feeling Tarn will develop Dwarf Fortress for the rest of his life, probably. At least as long as he's willing to use a keyboard and keep adding things to it. It's a creative art project that he enjoys working on. So. It's the sort of thing that gives a person reason to keep going. Creative art projects. Okay, so now that I've done that, I need to get the surface part dug out, which means I need to move the wagon. I'm going to just make you know something right here. I genuinely believe that you are a troll, King Games. I can't tell if you're trying to be genuine or not, but like everything that you're saying is the sort of thing that people say when they come in here for the purpose of just annoying people. They did. They hired Putnam. And also, I don't really think it's your place to say what they should and shouldn't do. I think that the developers of this game should develop this game as they see fit, because it's their game. The Werecavey. Edri Customoso. A cavey twisted into humanoid form. I didn't know there was Werecaveys. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow azure. Its brown hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear the night. Did y'all know there was Werecaveys in Dwarf Fortress? No, it's because I have to put the dwarves into the military as part of the theme. And because I have to put the dwarves into the military as part of the theme. Oh, we're so fucked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. Let's see how this goes. Good luck there. First dwarf to collide with it is Zon, which immediately he gets bit, but it only bruised the muscle. So as long as it doesn't cause bleeding, which it does, the dwarf won't turn. But he is stabbing the Werecavey repeatedly, causing bleeding in the Werecavey. Before he started bleeding, he would have survived. We may have to drop this dwarf into the lava. But you will get a hero's journey. Also popping up is Arakus, the swords dwarf. Good news is the Cavey's bleeding quite heavily. Then you begin helping. Oh, please tell me you got the kill. Oh no, you got the kill. Oh, that's incredible. Give him a tomb. I'll make him a slab. But I don't think I can give him a tomb. This dwarf. What's your name? Zon. I think we need to give Zon a hero's title. Is the other swords dwarf safe? Didn't even get a hit in, I don't think. Oh no, did actually, but got only bit on the foot, which bruised. So this dwarf only got bruised. They didn't start bleeding though. Because they didn't start bleeding, they're fine. Oh no, we'll make a statue. But I need to give him like a nickname. Some sort of name. Before I kill him. Cheers, Zapdos. Good to see you, man. I kind of want it to sound more ancient Greek. KV Vanquisher is what the YouTube chat's suggesting, but Zoran the Werebitten? Maybe Zon the Werebitten. Zon the Werebitten. Testicles. I don't know why that's what you suggested, but I will respectfully decline that suggestion. I will work on that in a little bit. Play-Doh. Play-Doh! Dough! I went with Tackler's idea for the name. Just seal him into his own tomb? No, not going to do that. The rule for the theme is as follows. Maimed dwarves or perceived to be incapable of being fully healed must be killed. Killed. Whoopsies. So I shall kill him. He shall be killed. Because it's impossible to fully heal that. This is just a temporary setup, but we will roll with that for right now. But right now they're having, like, I don't know, some sort of ceremony down here. I also need to actually make a proper training spot over here soon. I can't tell if... I assume that's a joke, Nickba. Of course we can't cure him, unfortunately. I mean, I'm looking for suggestions. I don't want to do the work. This is me, like, outsourcing ideas to chat. Minecart to throw him off? Oh yeah, true. I guess I could use a minecart. But that might be a little tricky, because I'd have to be very particular about who does it. I don't really have a lot of time. I literally have until the next full moon. So I'm just going to make a bridge and drop this dwarf. We can make more elaborate systems later down the line, but for right now, I have to throw him in a pit. So I'm going to throw him in the pit. I have a pit. I have a dwarf that needs to be thrown into pit. So I'm going to throw him into the pit. If I had more options at my disposal, then I would utilize those, but I don't. So we're just using a drawbridge. I mean, this is madness, clearly. I'll be honest, I might need to rewatch that movie, or at least the memes from that movie to, like, instate the actual lines in my brain, because they haven't been living there rent-free for a while. I just know this is madness! This is... Probably Sparta, I don't know. I haven't asked anybody recently. Probably going to go get a drink greedy poo, right? This is asparagus! Sure. It's certainly not Spartacus. I'm actually kind of curious as to what equipment you're going to go pick up. Pants, maybe? Literally, this dwarf is currently wearing the ceremonial, like, dying garb of a loincloth. Actually, I should just do this. And, no food, no water. If you can even remove your pants. There you did. Good. And let's go slab. Let's make them out of obsidian. Enjoy your lunch, Amalfi. What's for luncheon? All right, well, I don't have the ability to use Hobo's sound command. So I instead am just going to say, chat, you know the lines, you know the words. This is madness. This is definitely not Sparta, but it is like a fan fiction approximation of what could maybe be Sparta. And as for this is the demise of our good friend Zon the Werebitten, who bravely bested Edry, embrace buttered the human in the year 258, losing their ability to there you go, thanks. I didn't want to ask for money, but I appreciate it. I also forgot that I had that. Anyway, there's an ad playing, so I'm gonna wait for that to end. And then I will unpause the game, and our friend will fall. Sorry. This is Ancientgrease. Actually, yeah, that is true. Ancient cooking grease that hasn't been cleaned for a while. Which is why the French fries smell like fish. It's gross. Also, bring out your dead's another good call out. Chrysor? Well, I'll say this. The redemptions are available. If somebody wants to redeem a dwarf, they can. Also, what did they make statues out of in Greece? Like, what type of stone? Was it marble? Marble? Or like sandstone? Like some sort of white stone. Marble diorite? Yeah, that's what we should make statues out of. Bronze too? Sure. Can do. Ice blue. Am I naming it Ice Blue? All right, we all through the ads now? Thumbs up. If the ads are done, then yay. We now have the great moment. Goodbye, Zon the Werebitten. You are no longer long for this world. Ancientgrease has created a hero, sent him to the afterlife. 30 years old. One passing acquaintance. Decadent worshipper of the god of death. Goodbye, dwarf. In this life or the next. All right, so now I need a statue. What bars do I have? Holy money. Jam Jalopy. I'm pretty sure you just like doubled my revenue for that. Hold on. Actually, how many subscribers had I gotten up until this point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you just more than doubled my money today. So thank you. Appreciate you, man. Okay, so what ore do I have? Boulders. What could I make? Got a whole bunch of obsidian, quartzites, fowlerite. I got iron. I do have some kesserite. I could also smelt some aluminum. I should save that for artifacts, though. No, I'm making some bronze. Making a bronze statue. Limboss, thank you very much for the 7 months. And that's almost a hype train. Needs $1 in bits, or... It's good to see you as well, Selgar. Yeah, I was gone for like a week. Excuse me. But I've already queued up a slab, but we can't engrave the slab until the dwarves know that a dwarf is missing, which they don't yet. What are you so upset about? Nah. Bolt bear? This dwarf's very upset about everything. Horrified after seeing the child die. Probably horrified seeing the other human die.
Jam Jalopy cheered. X500. Crypt Jams.
Thanks for the $5, Jam Jalopy. 16 more seconds for a hype train. Oh, there it goes. Eric started it. Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you, man. They will not appear in any tab until it's been a week. But I don't know. I don't really look at the dead and missing tab. That gets cleared pretty frequently now. Well, where did he go? Dwarf has been missing. It's great. Nobody witnessed him dying, so... That is kind of a funny thing about dwarves. So, Ice Blue requested a bearded militia dwarf. Probably not one who's pissed. So let's look for one who's not pissed. Like this one. You're not pissed. Ice Blue. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. It's got 4 minutes left currently, and it needs 3 subscriptions or $14 in bits to level up. But a big round of beers to everybody, and thanks for hanging out today, guys. Appreciate you. He dislikes helping others and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is very happy and optimistic, and he has little interest in joking around. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation, and he often feels envious of others. He occasionally overindulges and isn't particularly ambitious. When he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. He idly chews his lips when he's bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day, but doesn't care about much anymore. Gamer Flicks, hello, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Over here we've got, you're of course a member of the same religion as everybody, the Ruthless Coven of the God of Murder. You have no friends, which is unfortunate. You've been improving fighting discipline and inebriation. I mean, satisfied about your euphoric inebriation. You haven't been improving your inebriation. You're just inebriated, which is as it should be, because you're a dwarf. And that's about everything. I'm mostly joking when I say you could move to a war zone. By the way, Flecko. But stay safe out there, hey? Ironically, when it comes to Twitch, if you live in Australia, you're very unlikely, or like South Africa, you're very unlikely to get ads ever because like nobody really buys ads. Or if you live in Korea, you'll never get ads on Twitch because Twitch doesn't officially operate in Korea. So nobody's buying ads in Korea on Twitch. So there's like all kinds of funny little things like that as well. Hell yeah, Tackler. Get gifted that sub. Just gonna go here and make a seed stockpile. I don't like that shape though. Maybe up here, I'll make a seed stockpile.
Crypt Rocks.
Whitcoat, thank you very much for the 60 months. Holy shit, dude. Appreciate you, man. Needs one more subscription or $4 in bits to level up. All right, so all that done. Get that out of there. There's some rope. There's some cloth. I'm just going to throw a bridge on top of this to make my life less painful. And then I'm going to go along here. Nope, not obsidian. Because I'm making so many clay blocks. Idle Villager, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Blasting it through. Cheers, dude. You guys are very kind. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Just makes life less stressful. Seeds use bags? Yep. That's why all my bags are full of seeds. And also why I removed barrels. But they're already in bags. They don't need to be put in bags manually or anything. I don't think you can watch Twitch in other Korea. Okay, that's kind of funny. I haven't had any dwarves die in a tree in a while, but apparently I just had a goat die in a tree. Which is real funny. For a variety of reasons. And I know exactly how that happened. Definitely got chased up there by Kia. Hello, Bobtron. I can tell you for a fact you don't get Twitch ads in China.
For a new job. Almost missed resubbing.
Because I know some people who watch from China, but they watch through VPNs and other things. Theranek, hello! Got a new job? Well, I mean, I think that is much more important than resubbing. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here. Thank you very much, though, for remembering. And there we go. Let's engrave this memorial. Go up to here and type in bars. See what do we have. We got aluminum. I got tin now. So I can now make bronze. And I'm going to make one bronze statue of Zon the Werebitten. I don't know. Where should I... Okay, so I've got this spider here. Where should I put a graveyard? Oh, looking for a new job. Okay, I missed that portion. Regardless, still see previous statement. Still counts. I don't know if I want to put it as like spiraling around the spider. I'm kind of thinking like down here on this lower level.
May as well toss these.
This is going to be farming, though. Thanks for the $2, Darius. It needs $2 more or one singular subscription to level up. Unless I'm going to put structures up here, because if I'm going to put more... Actually, you know what I could do? I might make this into, like, a surface constructed noble quarters for my queen. So maybe we could, like, put it up here somehow. Like, what if I go up here and put, like... What do I have for blocks? It's just obsidian. So what if I go up to here and put, like... something like this? Maybe? And then put, like, queen's quarters up there. Maybe, like the place of honor or something. It's kind of what I'm thinking. No web shape around it. I was thinking the spider is going to have like stockpiles around it. I'm thinking I'm gonna put it up here. I think higher up the mountain in a place of honor just seems Greek to me. But I'm gonna throw one into the puddle here. Duck for cover, sheep herder. I just want the hype train to keep going. The anonymous one was me. Cryosynetics, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate you. Ducks aren't good for cover. This is true. This is true. But cannons are good for fodder. There's Zon the Werebitten. I do hope I get enough. I need to look for copper ore. Microcline. A lot of cassiterite. Lot of cassiterite. It's cobaltite, cobaltite, magnetite, magnetite. Huh. I require copper. It's like, how am I to make copper without copper? Tibbe, thanks for checking out not one, but 2 separate gifts. There's almondines. I think I'm going to go down to here. Let's go. Maybe not doubles, just singles. See what else they can find. I'll get at least half of this done and sorted. I'm also going to move some of my livestock up here. Maybe not all of it, but some of them. Some of the smaller animals that aren't so useful to me at the minute, or the ones that I'm not focusing on. So like the donkey, the ducks, the geese, the cavies, the chickens, other cavy, bunny. Gill to that cavy so that it doesn't make baby cavy. That's sorry about that, Tibbe. I'm watching your vids on YouTube all week and chilling, and I figured I owed you a sub. I mean, you don't, but also I don't often see first-time chatters that have FG squared emotes. Shoutouts to FG. She's good people. Sorry, there's a mountain goat fighting with a dog, fighting with a pangolin. What's going on? Okay, so the pangolin's fighting with itself. Checks out. But there's a mountain goat fighting with a dog? Okay. It's now just a puking mountain goat experiencing mortal fear. So it's like the normal state for a mountain goat, I assume. Up here is the Werebitten dwarf. Slab reads, in memory of Zon Werebitten, Saruth who went missing in the year 258. The militia captain of the muscular spear of strength. Slayer of the human Edry, and lover of the gravel of amethyst. I'm gonna give them an engraving as well. Huntress Zildy, thank you very much for the 22 months, 20 seconds left on the hype train. It needs 3 more subscriptions or $14 in bits. Regardless, though, chat, thank you very much for the big old hype train. I do greatly appreciate that. I'm going to go down here and I'm going to make a dormitory. It's actually going to be 2 dormitories. It's going to be a militia dormitory and a non-militia dormitory. But thank you very much for the hype train with 24 subscriptions and $11 in bits. It's very kind. Cheers, chat. But you gotta make a Trojan horse for play. So, if the headcanon of Armok being like an interdimensional omnipotent being, which is one of the headcanons for Armok, sort of like Q from Star Trek, it would be totally believable that Armok would be like, here's just like a scroll of myths that's just like a bunch of Earth myths that definitely all happened at the same time. Now try and make all of these things. It's like ancient Smash Brothers myth. It's like, all right, so we'd also need a pyramid, right? And the Great Wall of China. And a dwarf needs to discover helicopters. That's Da Vinci. I don't know. What else could I throw into this? Oh, don't forget, yeah, of course, the other ancient monument from, like, ancient human history, the Eiffel Tower. Of course. How could I forget? The Eiffel Tower. I mean, they call it the Eiffel Tower, not the I Forgot Tower. The Eiffel Tower? No, that's the, well, I guess the leaning tower would be the I haven't fell yet tower. I was gonna say, no, that's that other tower, but... Okay, so something I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to set all of my squads to training. And check all of their weapons. Psi, and then go over here and then type in... I'm going to make iron short swords and obsidian. Or, rock short swords. I'm going to do iron because I did read that they did in fact use iron. They just used bronze for their armor. So it's kind of a bit of a historical inaccuracy, but, you know. Wonder type victory thing? I think the goal is to just go to war with a bunch of people and don't die and have 300 people and keep the theme going. I mean, the challenge is going to be managing this after a while. Like right now, it's not too bad because the population's still pretty low. But once the population starts going up, I'm also going to start dropping dwarves that probably don't need it into the lava pit. A travesty. This dwarf, chat, is committing a crime. Do you see the crime that he'd commit? He has a shirt. We can't have that. It's an absolute travesty. In fact, I find this offensive. There you go. Problem solved. Shirt hath been removed. To forbid all clothing? Easier? Well, no, just shirts. The only thing that I'm forbidding right now is shirts. No, that would be harder, because then they'd have more items of clothing to be embarrassed about not having. Because dwarves get embarrassed if they don't have clothing, and then they have to get over it, which can cause bad moods. But I'm just kind of hoping that just going with the no shirt rule is going to be easier. Rimtar, the swords dwarf, has, and also like armor is important, and clothing is part of armor. Like a dwarf who got bit by the were creature didn't bleed because they had clothing on. As an example, the swords dwarf has created Orcathorith, a tin crown, and offers it to the muscular spear of strength. That's definitely going to the queen. Who currently diggeth. Loincloths and sandals only. That's not what the challenge says. I'm following the challenge. You could do that if you want, but I'm following the challenge. So now that you have that crown on, let's take a peek. This is a tin crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of rectangular earthenware cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of tin and praise. Oh, that's how I'm doing it. Like, literally, that's how I'm doing it. But when I see one dwarf with it on, I want to remove it. The thing is, I'm not making shirts, so lady dwarves get to keep shirts. But that is how I've been doing it. When new migrant waves arrive and I have bunches of people that need their shirts removed, that's how I've been doing it, largely. There ain't no way in hell I'm out of charcoal, so... But maybe I need to make more. Alright, so... What was it I was doing? I was going down to this layer. I'm going to move or keep searching for more ore. Togas are not makeable with Dwarf Fortress unless you mod the game. Someone in chat said that you could enable them with DF hack, and I tried and it didn't work, so I don't believe you can enable them with DF hack. I would have had to mod the game before I started, or I would have had to check every single faction to see if one has access to togas, which sometimes they do. It's just very uncommon. And so I don't care. Like trust me, we've read it. And trust me, we're making adjustments where needed. We briefly spoke about like the idea of maybe giving them robes as a toga stand-in, but I've personally decided just not to do it because in order to get them to remove their shirts, I have to put them into a squad, remove all of their clothing, and then forbid the clothing I don't want them wearing. Or I would have to put them in a squad that assigns clothing as well, which then you get order of equipment put on annoyances, which I don't want to deal with. So I don't want to deal with that. It's actually easier to just say, okay, male dwarves don't wear shirts. You've seen it once or twice? I've seen it way more than that, but yeah. It's like maybe 1 in 5 factions have access to it. That would do it. For a kick, that would do it. The Leaning Tower of Pisa or whatever would be something. Would be dwarfy to build. Although, I think if I were to try to build the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Dwarf Fortress, it would just be the big pile of rubble instead of the Leaning Tower of. I'm so confused by a comment that I just got in texts. What are you commenting on? Somebody, I sent a picture of an alocasia plant to a friend of mine, and she just responded with, "That looks like a Swiss chard." It's like, well, yeah, but very toxic, though. You don't want to eat that. True. It's certainly more feasible, but I feel like if I were to make that tower, which I kind of don't want to, I would just actually knock it over for the memes. I'd finish the job, you know? Native gold? Bituminous coal? Bitch at disc coal. There's petrified wood. There's kilonite, which is useful, but not what I need. An ad break's about to start. I'm going to pause the game until the ads are done. Yeah, I'm going to dig in, just put a wall in it. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. Both setups are fine. I don't see any Crundles or Troglodytes or Trolls, so it'll be pretty easy to just, you know, block it. Marketing the leading tower as a global attraction has to be one of the greatest marketing saves in human history. Why? That it's a tower that the tower that hasn't fallen over yet. Got another 30 seconds left on the ad break. I'm mostly just trying to spot usable minerals that is in this cavern. I am not even remotely surprised by this. Usually a tower leaning and trying to fall over is, you know, not a good thing. Trying to think of where it was. I think it was in Egypt. I was watching a travel YouTube video relatively recently. And he was just wandering around in a smaller town and just the roof of a house caved in, like across the street from him. I'm trying to remember like where it was. I think it was, I want to say it was in Egypt, but until the best party of the whole history happens, join us this Saturday to attempt to make history for only a $9.99. Wait, to like go to the top of the tower and jump? Like, what are we doing? We're just blowing a fan at it? And progressively bigger fans at it? This to me just seems like I've discovered a downward passage and an expansive cavern deep underground. This to me just seems like a South Park bit. Greatest party in history, eh? All right, what's going on down here? Oh, literally just some petrified wood, nothing of value. But where's this? Oh, wow, it is actually a Marcus site. We found Marcus's site. It's crazy. There's vomit. One can see from up here. Crystal opal. Got more kilonite. Kilonite is clay, right? It's like porcelain. That's fun. How spooky, Jam Jalopy. Queen has ended a mandate. Well, and also I have a mayor. Bumwreck. All right, let's start building our queen's house. I don't know how lavish I should make this, so I'm just going to make it kind of lavish. Make it one bigger building, mostly. Let's also just throw a few more stoneworkers around places where they matter. And this goat skeleton can just be hucked down there. And this up here can all be turned into a cloth stockpile over here somewhere. Just go right. Yeah, we'll just actually just click that. You right here. Got 14 blocks left. Not a ton, but it's something. Oh, good. Relevant. The queen arrived at 14 dwarves after a polite discussion, which usually means somebody died. After that notification happened, I went to the overworld, and this is my fortress right here. This is my faction. We had 2 mountain homes and a hillix, and 2 hillixes when I started. We now have 1 mountain home and 1 hillix because the goblins took over this mountain home and this hillix almost immediately, like within 2 seasons of me starting. So that's what happened. So the goblins took over the capital and killed the queen like almost immediately. So that's why we have the queen already. Which also happened yesterday. So I love when unexpected nonsense happens in the other game as well. Yeah. Will I avenge them? That's a goal, yeah. That's one of the reasons I've got such a large military building up. Oh, I see where I screwed up. Like, this is all my military currently. Although I may have to boot out dwarves that get a little whiny. Like, there's currently this guy who doesn't seem to be super... Which is interesting, actually, because he wants excitement and stuff, but... How are you going to get excitement without being in the military? There we go. We got a bunch more weapons coming in. I may just have to go with iron. If I'm not able to get more bronze in a reasonable amount of time. So that was supposed to be put into something like a well, which I never ended up making. Because I haven't found an aquifer, or access to a convenient aquifer just yet. It's always annoyed you how porcelain products in DF Premium inherit a reddish kilonite color. You've always tried to go around this by thinking that dwarves aren't advanced enough to get pure enough for their kilns. I mean, that makes some sense. I mean, that's something that's worth bringing up with Tarn, Zico, because Tarn is like kind of obsessed with accuracy. I don't know what pure porcelain is supposed to look like for like the 1400s. So that's like completely outside of my realm of knowledge. So I don't know. It's worth bringing up because that's likely the sort of thing that Tarn would be super keen to just be like, oop, and change. It's bright white. Okay. Sure. I mean, that also another thing. That'd be very easy to mod. You could absolutely just like swap out the palette that it defaults to. This is the Greco Porcelain Wars. Necromancers are completely normal and fine right until they're in a combat situation, at which point is when it's your time to pray. Yeah, that's the truth. If you have Necromancer citizens in your fort, keep them away from combat and they're totally safe. But if they're in combat, then shit's gonna go crazy immediately. Which can be fun and can be fun. Also, thanks for starting up the investments, Jam Jalopy. 3 squares to left. I mean, this dwarf has been digging for like 3 weeks. Well, that's pretty fitting for the setting. The Cyclops Moldath Railman Cathil has come, a great humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. I singly shall eye its forehead. This is the Silver Strong the Azure, and it's got 12 kills, all on humans, and it has no notable items in its inventory, and a mama and a papa. And he is 176 years old. Surprise Pikachu, Nelson. And now it's going to go chase a goat. Oh, wow. It bopped Bim's face in directly. What even happened? What happened to you, Bim? That was so fast. The Cyclops punched the Swords Dwarf in the head with his left hand, and the injured part collapses. Yeah, just got a bad... Forgot to dodge. You should have listened to Dragon Ball. Also, it seems that Ezim is also going to die. Same reason. Forgot to dodge and clearly didn't watch Dragon Ball. Looking at other things, the dog is helping. In fact, the dog is biting the Cyclops in the head, which is bruising the muscle. Please kill it. Oh my god, please kill it. It'd be so funny if, like, the Cavey, who's currently biting it in the head, which is tearing the muscle, and is trying to shake it around the head, probably not so successfully. That would be incredible if one of the bunnies got the kill. Would I have to throw all of these dwarves into the lava pit if somehow the bunny killed the great beast? It's like the dwarves just die from embarrassment. Oh, there it goes. So who got the kill? No, we just mostly have stone swords. We're basically whacking it with pool noodles. Like, I need to explain just how terrible obsidian stone swords are. They are awful. They are horrid. You're probably going to have more luck with fists. Also, the dog got the kill. So, what do we name this good old pooch? Maximus? Barximus? Hercules? True, actually, Hercules is pretty good. Argos is also good. Argos is pretty good. So I might be wrong. I don't think you can war train named dogs. Let's go Hercules. I don't think you can war train named animals. No, you cannot. I don't know how, has it always been that way? Like, that doesn't feel to me like it has, but... It's the way it is. Not a fan, but... Yeah, if they're a pet, you can't train them for war. But Swords Dwarf has been found dead. So now I have a question. I think 2 dwarves are actually going to be found dead. Yeah, you're going to die in a sec. His upper leg is mangled beyond recognition. His hip is mangled beyond recognition. This dwarf might just need to die. Palace dead. But Bim here... Do I memorialize Bim with a slab, or do I coffin Bim? What do you think, chat? I named him Hercules. Tackler. Slabs or coffin? She died a noble death. But... You're on mobile, you missed it? My bad. It's all good. It's all good, man. I'm going to assume that this dwarf is in... Chat, do we think that this dwarf is going to heal? That is what we're making, Zico, yeah? You can make obsidian short swords without mods? You go here. Rock short sword. They're made at the Crafts Dwarf shop. Why would you use a mod to make the worst weapon in the game? You just need wood and a piece of obsidian. We'll dive the pit. Okay. Should we give this dwarf a title first, though? Esm? You can heal if you have a good surgeon. I don't even have a hospital, so what's this good surgeon you speak of? As I'm the leaky. The limp. Good luck, dwarf. We're already evil enough. You know what? GVM King Games, I don't want you in my chat anymore. You made an account an hour ago. I don't believe you are even remotely genuine. Let's also just jump down to the cavern layer for a hot second here. Go up to the top here. Get that fortified. It's not particularly empathetic to society. We're not supposed to be empathetic, man. Which is the real hard part about this challenge, to be honest. Okay, so I do actually need to make a hospital. seeing as this dwarf, like, is seemingly incapable of moving. So they're just going to tend to his wounds as best as they can. Might just have a scar. We'll see. I don't think he's just going to have a scar. His hip and his leg are mangled beyond recognition. And if he has any movement, like, loss at the end of it, like, I have to kill him. So, like, it's not a ton. Really. But let's grab 2 more slabs and get those memorialized. There you are, Bim. Also, apparently, Zon the Werebitten loved horses. Because is admiring horses. Diagnosis required, crutch required. I think the only one you actually need is a chief medical dwarf, so we'll just test that. Because I added several different variations or several different jobs as defaults to everybody. So everybody has this Spartan labor. One of the things that they do is all the doctoring skills, so. Oh no! You know, honestly, you have my genuine permission to go back to your most recent save if that is an option to you. Although I do remember one time suddenly realizing that I had hundreds of dwarves that all had extremely high value like carpentry skills, and then I realized that I had an infinitely repeating make table job in this screen, and I'd had it running for the first several years of the fort, which was an interesting experience. What do you need? You need stitches, dressing, yada, 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 yada. Do I have thread? That's the real question. I do. Have a chest? I don't. Just curious if anybody's actually doing the surgery, or if I need to assign more dwarves. Suppose I will. There you go. Set those bones. Yeah, but I don't really have a way to replicate that test, so it's just if they have any permanent, like, abilities to thing lost here, then I'm just gonna boot them. So if it's, like, nerve damage, that's fine. They just feel less pain. If it's, like, they can't move their leg, then yeah, no, you go into a pit and die. So if I go down to here... This is going to be where I'm going to organize bodies at the bottom of the pit. We're going to put them on pedestals. Yeah, exactly. This is not the most empathetic challenge. If the goal here was empathy, I think the challenge would be quite a bit different. I mean, everybody in the fortress is a medical dwarf. But hospitals are a little funky the way they function. You required a quetch. A quetch. Quetch. Let's do an aluminium crutch. Grab one. This dwarf needs crutch. Although I don't see dwarf in hospital no more. So must be up and moving. Still has the ability to stand lost. But he's going to run around naked. If he doesn't heal. Actually, he is running around naked. While he eats his tripe. He has an infection? Of course he has an infection. Of course he does. But at least it's been given stitches. I don't have soap either. Which I probably should make. But I'd be more surprised if he didn't have an infection, actually. Actually, let's do this. Let's go to you, dump that, remove this. Then up and in here, I'm going to just do a line of obsidian around the edge. And the rest of this. Hack down some trees. We need more logs. You're all over there. You're all over there. All these dwarves are, a lot of these dwarves are training. Let's update gear. What I really need is I need more spears. I'm just going to do iron spear just so that all my dwarves are armed, getting trained. And we are running low on charcoal, but dwarves are making more charcoal, which is good. And then at the bottom of this, I'm going to throw a pedestal down here on top of some sort of obsidian or something. And then I'm going to put the Cyclops corpse down here. And then you, right there, be a spot for Bim. So chat, remind me to check in on this dwarf in like a month, yeah? If I don't. Your dwarf is a swords dwarf. Nobody is a weaponsmith or spearmaker. Everybody's in the military. You also have blacksmithing skills, but that you're not a spearmaker. You're a blacksmith. That would mean that you would make like buckets or chains, not spears. Blacksmiths don't make spears. That's a weaponsmith. How do you keep dwarves happy if you can't do recreation? You overcompensate with other things. Dwarves aren't hard to keep happy. It's just hard to keep them... It's not hard to keep dwarves happy. What's hard is to keep them from spiraling into a negative state. As long as you can keep them from spiraling, it's pretty easy to keep dwarves happy. And also, it is called a challenge, Doro Bonnie, so you limit your options. The day that I see a blood mist generator, I will have to tip my hat to the people who keep saying it out loud, because you guys are truly manifesting that into being a thing. Maybe one day. Still walking around with that crutch. If you don't heal, we're gonna have to work on you. All right, so down in here. No, I thought I made pedestals. I guess I didn't. Pedestal. Just go make that now, please. And once again, it is that time of day. We're going to need to do an ad break in a minute. So when the ads hit, I will pause game and then unpause the game when the ads is done. No, that's not what I need. That's what I need. This is going to be for the Cyclops body. Let's also go a little further down to over here and go over to the top. Let's peek out up here. Ugh. I guess I could go down to the lower levels and look for... I guess that's what I need to do. Thankfully, I know where the lower levels are. Wasn't what I intended to do, but now I fixed it. Now I fixed it. But honestly, today for me, chat, the most you can do for me is just help me keep that chat moving. Today's been a little lurky. Although usually days are lurky when it's hot out and I'm hard at keeping my train of thought going. It's funny, I think I'm worse at streaming in the summer. Partially because people are busy, so we have lurky seasons in the summer. And then you combine that a little bit with it's just hotter in here. And I have a harder time keeping my inner monologue going when I'm sweating. And I'm just sitting here sweating. It's just... Ugh. 0? Sup, goat? Why? Although I have had 2 different people who were astonished that you can make swords out of stone. It is sweaty fortress, yes. I am, in fact, sweating. I have a fan on me at a... I was going to say, I have a fan on me at a high setting. I don't, actually. It's off. Why are you off? Oh, no, it is on. Never mind. It is on. It's just bright in here, and I couldn't see the LED. Yeah, I mean, I know dates of things. But I can't talk about anything. So, because like I was in a, I don't know, I'm in development slack, I'll put it that way. Boats in DF? It gets asked about quite a bit, but it's been brought up today, but nobody's asked me when they're adding them today. I wonder why that is. The Elven caravan from Theniki has arrived. Trade sentiments are, in fact, terrible. I still don't have a way of dropping them into the... Man, I should have set that up. Wait. If I deconstruct this and then construct one here, will they move? Probably not. Come on. They need a wagon to unload their goods. Now, please don't leave. Just don't leave, okay? I'm not trying to drop you into the lava sea. I'm just trying to drop you into the lava sea, okay? There you go. Directly into my trap. As it should be. All right, let's see how quickly I can do the world, like, the most fucking sus thing imaginable. Let's see how quickly we can be super sus, chat. How sus would you be if you parked somewhere and then somebody showed up with a shovel and started digging around the edge of it? My guess is pretty sus. I'd be like, that ain't right. I don't think that's right. Jealous of the Northern Hemisphere? depending on where you are in the Northern Hemisphere, it's really fucking hot. So it does depend on where in the Northern Hemisphere, but I would just say I'm jealous of any place that's cool. Sawing a hole into it is cartoon levels of sauce. Well, what is the movie 300 if not a bit of a cartoon? I do, according to the rules, have to shout "This is Sparta." So, I will in fact shout "This is Sparta" with as much energy and conviction as I am willing to give it at that exact moment in time. So don't be too disappointed if it's not that intense of a shout, okay? Okay, so you down here. You deconstruct. It's pleasant 4 degrees in Melbourne. You'll send cold weather vibes. Not to be rude, but you do need to realize that there are like murder levels of heat, like of like heat exhaustion happening in some places in the world. So like, we don't want like, don't be jealous of like the death and destruction that's caused by heat waves. Even if you're like, it's winter and it's chilly. Just don't. Just trust me. I wish it was 4 degrees right now. Are there other ways to use obsidian like crafts? Literally anything you can do with literally any stone, so yeah. Lots of stuff you can do with obsidian. I like the irony of me dropping coal into the lava sea. That is kind of funny, actually. All right. So everybody who's been going, how's the war against the elves going? Well, I can answer that question. You know, genuinely, I don't know when I last did something maniacally silly to the elves. I actually do not know the last time I did something like this. So this is certainly historic, at least in the context of the last few years. So I do have the good falling emote. You could post a bunch of that. Yeah, I know that, Arcloid. But I've got lava, which is plenty close enough. I need a bunch of falling emotes. Come on, chat. Who's ready? We'll do an instant replay of this, but I need more falling emotes. Nixama, your sub ran out, so it won't work. You could post red squares, though. That works, too. But I see it in my mind. It's fine. Am I using DFAC? Yeah. Also, that made me miss the drop. I will do an instant replay, though. I like how there is a combat log right here from the durians hitting the elf in the leg. And the dates and the avocados and the earthenware bricks hitting the elephant. I wonder why the trade sentiments are so bad. If you haven't closed Twitch since the sub ran out, or the stream page, then it like if you like keeping the tab open kind of deal, it'll just stick around. So that's why it would work on your end. But on our end, we can't see it because the sub ran out. All right, let's try that again, except with a better view. No 7 elephant indeed. I'm just telling people to use like a red square for lava. Otherwise, I don't have a good falling emote. How to use it on Linux? You install it on Steam. Folder is good. It works on Steam the same way the rest of Dwarf Fortress works on Steam. Like if you're using Proton, then you set it to Proton. Otherwise, it just runs native through Steam. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Here, let me fix it next. I shouldn't be giving away all of my revenue income today, but... There you go. All right, let's do this. So now I can just follow you. Whee, splat. Like how they managed to land on top of each other that time. Oh, also what Jam Jalopy said. So if you're not going through Steam, then you just put it into the folder. Like you just extract the files from the download into the folder with Dwarf Fortress. Okay, except I need to do this around the edge, so. Sparta. Right, I need to show that this is Sparta. I failed. I'm so sorry. I'm not the most, like, screamy, active, loud streamer, so I forget these little details. Well, let me try that one more time. Third time's the charm. For choosers. Probably just use clay, because I have a million clay boulders. Just build a clay walkway across and support it. And then on either end with either bridges or grates is what I'll use. Sophidus. All right, so let's get these all dug out. Now, this time I have to say this is Sparta. Otherwise, we're not sure what it is. And if we're not sure what it is, then that's bad because we need to know what this is, right? So in case you were wondering, this isn't crazy, chat. This isn't madness. This is Sparta. Sparta! There you go. You get it. You got the thing. And they get to deal with it. This is Armok! Or something. I feel really stupid. I don't know why. Like, I'm not a screamy tuber. I can't do it, man. So the best you get is like my dry guttural uttering. This is grease! Which is why you need to clean your fucking stove, man. What? Come on. Did somebody clip that? I hope somebody clipped that so I can get third-hand awkwardness from myself later. I did said the thing. Anyway, trade sentiments are terrible. Do you think they're still terrible? Gotta find out. We'll look later. I'm sure they'll come back with an army. I'm sure it'll be fine. The real question is how long until a flying forgotten beast just flies out of this and we pay for angering the gods. That would be like the normal reaction, right? It's like, oh no, we must have not sacrificed enough because the gods have become angry with us and are sending monsters from the great below to come and turn us into death, I guess. Pain, death, and suffering. 'Tis truly what we deserve. I am lacking on gear. I have not found, like, any great weapons, and I've been looking. So, yes and no, I guess. Also, a weaponsmith has been possessed. That's exciting. Like, I'm going to have very skilled dwarves, but I haven't found a source of copper, which is not the one I thought I was going to have problems with. Yet here we are. Speaking of Sparta, we're getting more migrants. Could just add them all to this squad. Hold up. 2 seconds, Jay. I'm getting a phone call I need to answer. Wild. It's like once in a blue moon, I actually get a phone call that's relevant that I actually need to pick up and, like, talk to a person. That doesn't happen very often. All right, so I'm just going to throw random dwarves into here because if I set this to on duty, they'll take their pants off, which is what we need. Good Lord, livestock. You get in there. You run by. You're a farmer. There you go. You take your clothes off. You get in. You... Imagine just like walking into a fortress and being immediately told to strip. Somebody, like the other day, was stating that I'm building a fraternity. I'm not building a fortress because like it's ancient Greece themed, and when all the male dwarves walk into the fort, they have to strip. Like, I'm just building a fraternity. Anyway, I think that's good. It's like a pretty logical observation, if I do say so myself. Like, I don't know, I'm sure there's more things involved with fraternities, like paying piles of money and stuff, but... Also drunk at a 7. True, actually. True. Maximum alcohol intake is very true. All right, now that I've done that, I'm just going to remove you, remove you, remove you, remove you, remove you, and then back out of here and go up to here. Nope, you're good. Yep. Like you. Like you. Like you. And then you can just take the beardless dwarves, so boop, 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 and then doop. Okay, so that should be fine for right now. Okay. What do you want? Because I've got a dwarf just sitting here. You want bars of metal. Stone rock. Do you have a particular bar of metal you want? You don't want silver, do you? There ain't no way. You hit the DF hack button and you go disable overlay. Or you can like go in and specifically turn off the logo. I just disable it all. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that dwarf. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that dwarf. I assume that they just want silver. That does mean I need to acquire silver. But I also haven't seen any silver. It is mid-spring, so I'll get traders in the summer. Maybe I could demand some silver stuff from them, but I'm not super hopeful here. Oh, I found an aquifer. That's fun. But yeah, fiddling with the settings will get rid of the DF hack logo. But I've just got the entire overlay disabled. It's not just the logo, it's the whole overlay. Also, thank you very much for all the clips, by the way, chat. I do appreciate that. How are we doing on the brewskis? Clearly not good. Oh, I just don't have any unrotten fermentable plant. Well, we can fix that. Go get some unrotten fermentable plants. Thanks. Go unrot and ferment the plants. Unrot, that's a word I'm coining now. You don't usually see them ask for specific metal. It could be something they're looking for. I mean, If this dwarf says that they need bars metal, there's like 8 different kinds of unforbidden bars here, and they're looking for stone rock. Those are the 2 different things the dwarf is looking for. There is literally stone rocks everywhere. And so I don't know. There is nothing else that they're looking for. Because they are a weaponsmith, they haven't claimed anything yet. And in order for a weaponsmith to function, they have to get metal first. So if it's a leatherworker's shop, they'll get leather first. If it's a clother's, they'll get a piece of cloth first. But because it's metal, they're going for metal first. So the only thing that would make logical sense is if they specifically like silver. I mean, is metal shining as something specific? I actually don't know. I think that might also just be generic metal, but... I mean, sometimes I ask for death metal, and sometimes I ask for post-hardcore specifically. So, you know, we all have our tastes and needs. It's valid. That's called cheating, Nick Paw. I refuse. If you came to this stream to witness Guy not play game and cheat, you came to the wrong stream, my friend. Yeah, but the dwarf says that they like silver, so I'm assuming they want silver specifically. If I can't save that dwarf, then they die. And that's fine. His favorite stoner rock bands? Oh gosh, that changes pretty frequently. Bison is pretty great. Burnt Lung is pretty great. I don't know. I could just sit here and name stoner rock bands for an hour. Taxi Caveman's pretty great. Sergeant Thunderhoof is pretty great. Howling Giant's pretty great. Hey Satan's pretty great. I don't know. That is cheating. If I don't remember where something is, that's on me. And also, I can tell you I have not discovered any silver because I've been staring at this. I have not found any native silver. So, no, that would be cheating. The thing is, a lot of the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress for me... See? Tetrahedrite. Magical. A lot of the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress for me, anyways... Corlax. Ooh. That's grim. A lot of the enjoyment of Dwarf Fortress for me is fucking up and then discovering stuff. And if I fuck up and then use a system that isn't my brain to tell me how and where and why I fucked up, that's not me fixing the problem that I fucked up with. That is me using a system to compensate for my failures. I want to fail. I don't like... you know, just having an escape for every single mistake I make. That's not fun for me. If that's fun for you, more power to you. It's not fun for me, and I don't enjoy doing that. Yeah, that's why I'm going down looking for tetrahedrite. Anyways, it is 100% cheating. Locating an item that I forgot existed is cheating. Forgetting something existed is part of the enjoyment of the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress for me. It's the same reason I don't have the thingy that tells me when something is stuck enabled. Because that is cheating. Perhaps you're helping make content? I'm just rambling because it's on the mind. I'm not really trying to chastise you. Here's a bit more important question. How the fuck do you spell porcelain? Or is it like clay pot? I guess it would be clay pot, right? Beans indeed. But thank you for the suggestion, Nick Paw. Maybe someone else will find it useful. At the end of the day, I guess, I don't like how DF hack makes me depend on DF hack. I think something that I do genuinely get enjoyment out of this game from is the fact that the game wants me to grab a notebook in some ways. And I like that. I think that if it's all just automated out of the game, then it's not the game anymore. You might as well go download that script to let a local model play the game for you. Which, by the way, don't do that. Even though it exists, don't do that. That's so fucking expensive. Somebody help out Nick Paw with a sub. Please and thank you. Let me know when... Well, actually, they won't. If they're still in the ad, then they won't see it. A local model can play the game. Right? Is person in question attractive? Oh, Jesus. I mean, in order to become a model, you'd have to be, right? Right? I was just saying, Nick Paw, that I like that Dwarf Fortress encourages me to remember things, or alternatively grab a notebook, you know? Or take a screenshot of something to remember where it is. I like that element of the game. I know that that's, you know, not the most modern, I guess, desire in video games, but I do genuinely like it when games make you do things like that, or make you think about things like that, or want to do things like that. So, that's all that I said when the second the ad hit. Well, actually, no, it's just going to get hauled up to here, which is totally fine. Although you win with the local model. It said person attractive, you win. That's very funny. A+ on that. Also, thanks, Elfie, for checking out a gift. It's very kind of you. Garnerite? I cannot remember the last time I saw Garnerite. Actually, no, let's not go down right there. There's so much aquifer down in here. Holy shit. It's a good thing this is mostly a surface fort, hey? You're getting too slow. It's probably low. It's probably close proximity to Twitch servers. Well, it's not that, like, you shouldn't rely on DF hack. Like, rely on the elements that make the game more pleasant for you to play. But if there's elements of the game that you find exciting or interesting, don't rely on DF hack for them. So, like, an example for that is, like, I find not knowing that a dwarf is stuck behind a wall to be a good thing, because it makes me look behind walls. It makes me check. If I don't, if I have, like, the little warning thingy down there enabled, What I do, usually, is I just sit on the surface, zoomed out more, because I don't need to be checking. I know when there's threats on the map. But when I have that off, I go down and I check the caverns. I check this screen. I check where these troglodytes are because I need to know. And like that kind of busy work is how I notice things happening. When I get distracted by not playing the game, I almost always end up having less fun because I'm spending time paying attention to the wrong parts of what's happening on the map. Well, this dwarf still has this injury. So he's going to run around naked until he's healed. At least he gets to hang out in his holy place, the Ruthless Coven. Meditate on murder. There's also a bunch of tetrahedrite right there. Let's go right there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that like you should play the game the way I do, but the way I play it is enjoyable to me. I actually disagree with that, Donnie, for a very simple reason. I think your first few fortresses should absolutely be played without DF hack. And by first few, I mean like 2 to 4. Because you then learn what DF hack automates. If you want to use it, I would still not until you are a couple of forts in. Because one of the most beautiful things of DF hack is it automates out tedium for people who find parts of the game tedious. But you need to know what you find tedious before you can automate out tedium, if that makes any sense. Sure, that's absolutely like a reasonable amount, right? Because once you've played 150 hours of Dwarf Fort, you have a pretty solidified mental image of what you are getting out of having this software running, right? It's like if you play Age of Empires, but never actually like finish a mission, you just use cheats immediately. Maybe that's an extreme example, but like I have had people in my chat enough times complain about things that they're annoyed with, and then I'm like, that's not even in the game. That's a vanilla that's not even a vanilla feature. What's the matter? Just turn it off, and they don't even realize that it's DF hack doing it. And admittedly, that's usually cases where somebody installed Dwarf Fortress, installed DF hack, and then learned the game like that. So, but admittedly, that's just me. You do you, chat room. But at the end of the day, like, 43 hours in, you're a noob? Yeah, that's fine. Suspend manager growing you? Certainly. Like, there's lots of nifty little useful tools in DF hack. I'm not denying that. But I am personally refusing to use them. Things like right-click not existing? As in, like, not being bindable? Assassin Monkey? Oh, exiting. Okay, I getcha. I read that as existing. That's my bad. Okay, there we go. Let's keep this draining. There's going to be puddles developing here for a long, long while. It's fine, though. Okay, so let's jump up here and see how this artifact is going. There you go, see? He wanted silver! I fucking told you, chat room. I fucking told you. What did I say? What did I say? I said he wanted silver, and I was right. Ha! Look at me being a fucking genius. No, I'm not the goat. That's the goat. His name's Billy. Or rather, that's a goat. But I am going to flex on the fools for a hot second there. Anyways, all of the respect to the folks working on DFHack. They do good work. It's very important for the Dwarf Fortress community. Also, that's pretty dope. Raul the Weaponsmith has created Calarafit, a silver pick, and offers it to the muscular spear of strength. It's time to make some bronze. Tenacious D? The question is, who gets the pick? I'm thinking the queen, but maybe I'm overarming the queen. I don't know. Let's give it to her right now and call it an apology for, like, completely ignoring all of her needs. And also for leaving a dead Cyclops in her future living room. It's part of the ceremonial throne room construction. I did kind of forget about the Cyclops, I do gotta be honest. Was it Moldath? Was that the name of the Cyclops? Yes. The greatest pick to be used in the world. It certainly was one of the picks of all time. Although the greatest pick in the world honestly just sounds like a thing a sports commentator would say currently. Check bars. What do I have at the minute? The minimum. I'm going to make... just gonna make an aluminum table. Just one. I'm gonna see if I can make that statue now. They have not made that statue yet. Bronze statue. Because I only have 2 bronze bars. We're over here making bronze. Don Juice, by the way, thank you very much for the 7 months and the 7-month streak. Appreciate you greatly. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the resub? Moreb, you want a dwarf bearded fighter? Happiest there is. Happiest that is unnamed. Can-doozers. The thing is, since most of the dwarves are in the military, it's actually kind of hard to not find one. This one's pretty happy. Moreb. Moreb, Mo Problems, is often given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. He does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs and is stingy with resources when working on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and take a drink every time he says others. And he is, I lost his spot. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this as he values the visual of him being shirtless and artwork in its creation. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, as well as generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Tenses up when he's nervous by flexing, and when he's greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He's shy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything much, because he's had many concussions from the shields that he keeps getting smacked with. And he personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes rifled pewter as well as red beryl and crystal glass and Drunian parchment and the color russet, earrings, crutches, and ducks for their quacks. Buckwheat for their beer and the sound of the brand of gold, and when possible, of course, prefers to consume giant firefly and Drepadurus and rambutan wine and eggplant seeds, and absolutely hates fire snakes. I think that this lower layer down here is going to be where the mayor lives. And this top area up here and this bottom area down here are going to be for something else in the future. Greasy, shirtless dwarves practicing with their sticks. Naturally, what else would they be doing with their sticks? Let's actually just pop up one. I love just the dead rats everywhere. What's up, Gak Freak? But it's good to see you, Don Juice. I hope you're doing well. In YouTube chat, Jar1 says, I played 30 plus hours and still don't know anything about this game. To me, this game has like a 30, or rather 20, I just looking at the number 30 while speaking out loud, about 20 to 50 hour learning curve to get a solid grasp on the basics. And I realize that that's kind of a lot of time. But like, is kinda where the game is at least at the moment. You know, I realize that this is a Spartan-themed fort. I actually kind of think that the visuals of this fort is a bit more... like He-Man villain? Like, you know, just it's just a bunch of outdoor shit with a giant spider in the middle of it. Maybe that... It's like, it's kind of Skeletor. I don't know, man. It's like... What are you doing? Oh, we're just out of booze. Yeah, that's the problem. I just don't have enough booze production. Andesite blocks is what I used. So yeah, that's kind of like the disconnect I'm having with this fort. But I do really like the design of this fort. It is silly in a good way. Quick, more booze. We're working on it, okay? The queen is having to sip water without even using a well. It's horrifying. What I should actually do is I should just get a pump and just pump some water to like... here or something. Just make a well, like, right here. Or maybe, like, right here. That's fine. It's hard learning this game? Oh, no, absolutely. This is not an easy game to learn, and I never want to act like I'm pretending it is. But it is not as overwhelmingly impossible as some people say it is. And there's definitely plenty of harder games out there that are quite commonly enjoyed by a similar audience. I know it's like not a good comparison, but I always like to say one of my favorite discussions I ever had with another streamer was somebody who streamed a bit of Dwarf Fortress for a little while. And then I remember seeing him streaming Escape from Tarkov, and was because I like watching Tarkov, I was just hanging out in his chat and blabbing at him. And at one point he goes, you know, man, I'm sorry, I haven't played so much Dwarf Fortress recently. I'm like, that's all good. Like, you know, play games you enjoy. And he's just like, no, like, it's just so difficult to learn that game. And I'm like, sorry for the disconnect here, but you're the one playing Tarkov right now. Like, like that doesn't make any sense to my brain. There we go. Finally got the statue of that dwarf made. As you quickly got nuked by a giant buzzard. The tutorial isn't the best for Dwarf Fortress. That is completely true. But I'm not gonna lie. As long as it teaches you the basic controls, like basically what the tutorial tries to do is it just tries to place you somewhere where you don't die immediately. And then teach you the basic controls and like what you should do in the first like 6 months. So if it kills you, I don't actually think that that's a bad thing necessarily, but it is kind of something that catches people off guard. It should probably disable enemies by default or something. The quick start guide on the wiki. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm gonna make 8 bronze shields. Bronze shield. Bronze helm. Let's just do 6 and 6. They'll make more bronze bars, I'm sure. Yeah, they're making more. It's just taking time. Menus are your bane? Then you should play a game with no user interface? Is what you should do. Unless you're talking about like menus in restaurants, in which case, yeah, I agree. It all looks so good and I can't order it all at once. It's a goddamn travesty. I'm offended every time I see a menu because I'm like, man, there's so many things on here and my tummy is not as big as my eyeballs. God damn it. It's the worst. I'll have you know, I am not building a wall around the fortress. I'm building a wall around the queen's quarters. Totally different. Besides, it doesn't say it's not allowed. It just says it's cowardly. So, you know. I never claimed to not be a coward. It just says it's cowardly. It doesn't say I can't. And yes, I'm a coward, blah, blah, blah. I know. That's why I always run away from fights. You want all the games you play to look like spreadsheets? So what you're saying is Dwarf Fortress doesn't have enough menus? No access to a chain. What? That's shocking. Okay, well... Right. Beard is too busy attending a meeting. FF26? What's that? FF27? What's that? Final Fantasy does not have 27. Oh, Eve FanFest. Okay. Sure, right. Dwarf, you're about to be fired. But they would like me to make a metalsmith guild. That I can work with. So where can I put a metalsmith guild? I'm thinking like back in here. Probably. Can make that work. Okay, so now that I've done this, let's go around the edge. Why make pile of earthenware? Oh, it's because I'm making other things out of earthenware. How dare I? Let's go into here and say, don't make that fucking aluminum table. Let's make you a one-shot max. That'll be fine. After almost 20 years. I don't know about you, Intercold, but the older I get and the better the internet gets, going to conventions for video games feels, even specific games, feels less and less reasonable. Especially when it's somewhere bizarre. Like Eve FanFest. Like it would, even if I played Eve, it would be very difficult for me to justify that. Because, you can just hang out on a voice or video call and just drink a bunch of beer, which is like kind of a lot of what those online festivals end up being, or in-person festivals end up being in a lot of cases. Like, I don't know. And this is said as somebody who goes to PAX and stuff, right? Like, PAX feels like it has less and less reason every year because most of those games have demos and you can play them right now. And it's very rare for there to be games that don't have demos out now that you can play now. And because of that, it's well, if I played demos on stream, I could just stay home and stream them, or I could just not play them. I mean, okay, so hot take, PBG, the derp, I got real good at not getting sick at PAX, and you want to know how I did it? I didn't go out to every single evening event and party. I didn't get hammered every night. And I brought hand sanitizer in my pocket and used it constantly. And fist bump. Don't shake hands. This is pre-pandemic too. And I got pretty good at it. Now it's a bit more of a concern. So this dwarf still has their ability to stand lost, and they have no treatment scheduled, and they still have some wounds. Unrelated, humans have arrived to trade. And I was dumb and didn't give them a place to stand on. So, actually, you know what? I'm going to trade with these humans. I'm going to steal their stuff. I'm not actually going to drop them in the pit, though. That term didn't exist, at least in the public consciousness. I would say this: don't uninstall it. Confolder is good. Disable all the click on the icon for it, disable all the functions you don't want, and then do this: disable overlay. And then if you need to do a quick save, you can. Or if somebody or if you run into an issue and someone's like, well, you can fix it with this, you can then fix it quickly with that. And I do think that there is value to that. I'm actually just going to get all of these squads training. We're in an ad break, so I will pause the game. I don't know. I personally just, I currently have a bit of FOMO because, like, those of you here on Twitch might actually see the ad. There's a big banner ad on Twitch right now that's like, TwitchCon is happening and tickets are on sale now. And I dearly miss going to TwitchCon. But I miss TwitchCon, like, from a decade ago. I don't really miss TwitchCon for what it is now. TwitchCon now is, like, marketed towards a pretty different audience that really isn't me. Like, I am the OG, the original gangster. No, that's not. I am the original era of Twitch audience for what TwitchCon was. And now TwitchCon is... There was a shift that happened during lockdowns, which was Twitch went from being... Actually, there was a shift that happened. It started with Pokemon Go, but became blatant and the primary during lockdowns, which was TwitchCon moved from being mostly like D&D nerds and people that just, or not even D&D nerds, but like people that just want to nerd out about their video games, to a way to more mainstream influencer cultures, maybe actually like the most nice way I can say it, which usually evolves around a lot of very attractive people promoting things. So it kind of feels like you're going to a supermodels party convention with a bunch of people in masks that are VTubers running around. And like, it's just not my scene anymore at all. And that kind of makes me sad because like, I miss what that thing was. It used to be very much a thing for me and now it's kind of not. It just means I'm old. That's all it really means. Hold up. How do you tell your dwarves to make them do 10 of something and to do it infinite instead of how? Okay, I have a question. How are you queuing up jobs right now, Confold? Like, how are you clicking on a workshop and clicking on a thing and then clicking one? And then clicking that? Like, what are you doing? Oh my god. You're not even playing Dwarf Fortress. Hit N on the keyboard. How many dwarves do you have right now? Click on the manager. Assign literally any dwarf as a manager. Doesn't matter who. Does not matter. I mean, if they have some skills, then they'll be faster, but it doesn't really matter. Just any dwarf as a manager. Okay? And then you will immediately gain access to two different menus. This menu, where you can click this and type in big ass. No, sorry, big titty, goth, GF, and then they'll make 10. I mean, unfortunately, like, they're not quite that creative. But I could go here and type in bed, and then they'll make 10, and specifically in that one workshop. Or I can go to work orders, click on this button over here. You need a manager for this to work. And then type in bed. But that will assign it to every workshop. Alternatively, if the job cancels, it'll automatically reinstate it so you don't need to go do it manually. That's the other thing. And the last thing that is maybe the most important to remember is when you hit 20 dwarves, the manager will stop doing its job and stop working until you assign it to an office that is indoors with a chair in it. Doesn't need a table, just a chair. How have you played this game for so long? I have seen at least half a dozen, maybe more, reviews of Dwarf Fortress who are complaining about having to manually click on workshops. So, it's definitely not a isolated problem. You know, I've had people ask me to do that as a challenge, and I'm just like, no. No. It actually wouldn't be that difficult. It would just be really annoying. But yeah, that's what the manager's for. That's what the manager does. Without the manager, you don't have that. The bookkeeper gives you accurate counts on your inventory. That is a challenge. I'm not going to do it, though. You can attempt that if you like. I mean, apparently Kund here has been like doing that the entire time they've played, so that in and of itself is kind of an impressive feat. Congratulations, you have more wrist endurance than I do. Yeah, but let's start simple, okay, and just let them assign 10. The other thing is you can go into here and you can like click on this and just be like, I don't know, 50, or I don't know, big number. Or if you click this and hit 0, they'll do it infinitely, but you'll get a lot of job cancels. I think it was around 500, I don't know. So Zilko, I will just tell you this. The reason I straight up refuse to do challenges like that is because I primarily play one video game. And you know how there are some people out there who pretend to care about like Dwarf Fortress players, even though I refuse to believe that many of them actually do. Some people pretend to care about Dwarf Fortress players. And because some people out there pretend to care about Dwarf Fortress players, or streamers, I guess, not Dwarf Fortress players. Some people out there pretend to care about the streamers they watch. And if you're out there pretending you care about the streamer you watch, usually you're saying things like, oh, no, don't play too much, don't burn out, don't do the things that you want to do, like stay happy, have a good time, your happiness is important, take a break, we'll be back, we'll be waiting, and all that stuff. That's the reason I don't do challenges like that. Because it's pretty important for me to not burn out on this game and hate playing it. And challenges like that would make me hate playing it. It's the same reason I don't do super duper 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 trillion year long, like, awful forts where I just have to make my dwarves get married and have babies to expand it for the next 500 years. It's the reason I did one of those once and I'm never doing one again. Is because I know what it made me feel. And I know the burnout that it gave me, and it's not pleasant. So, if you're one of those people who pretends to care about streamers, any challenge like that is not cool. In fact, I would actually say it's the worst. And it's how you make people stop playing the game. What madness is this? Exclamation point goal. This changes everything. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress, Kund. Is flooring a thing as well? Do you even watch this stream? I know that might be kind of an extreme sounding question, but do you?
Like, you're in my chat a lot, but like, you must just be like completely tabbed out or something. I don't know, man. This is a wild conversation I'm having here. I get that, but like, huh. You're either like, this is a joke. Don't take this personally. This is either like a, wow, you're a real fan situation. Like you're watching me so intently you don't even know what's happening. Or fake fan isn't even paying enough attention to know what's happening. You have 2.2 hours of DM. Okay, I'll give you a pass on that. But yeah, no, congrats you. You've now learned the base level of knowledge that is required to dwarf. Well, I can tell you right now that I've floored somebody in chat. I can watch TF and understand nothing. I'm glad you get something positive out of it. You know, actually, what this really says to me is that I probably played Dwarf Fortress too quickly. Let's steal some stuff from these humans. Rick, what squad are you in? Not bad. But let's take all these squads and just take them off duty for a little bit. Here you come. Don't need the pewter bar. I'm just going to say mark all. Maybe not all. Take you, you. Not you, you. I'll take the bow too. I'll melt her down. But yeah, I apologize. That's largely just my own silliness, like not realizing that, you know, I'm the one that plays too much of this game. I should know this. Seize. Thank you. Also gonna seize those 2 breastplates and just melt them. Also grab the copper ones and melt those. Okay, so go up to here. Melt those. Bronze. Okay, well, you can... Yeah, those 2 large ones we can melt. Although I have a feeling those large ones belong to a human that's sitting there right now. Those we can just keep. Those we can keep. Those we can keep. Those, yeah, that's fine. The toys can be melted. I don't need that. That can be melted. And that can be melted. Let's go here and just melt. The only time that I manually sign stuff up is when I know it's going to cancel and I just want it to make the thing long enough that until it runs out of the items for it at the time and then stops. So I know that there's not a large amount and I'm too lazy to go look at how much there is. That's the only time I use the manual assignment. Is like, oh, I know that there's items that need to be melted, but like I'm not going to queue up a job for it.
It's such a good song. How you doing, Zombie Giant Sponge? Put 7 hours into DF and had massive anxiety playing management and not knowing what to do. It's a great game. Well, the other thing that I like to remind people who are trying to learn Dwarf Fortress is while this might be a difficult game to kind of get into initially, it is definitely worth noting that as hard as it can be to get past that initial learning curve, very few people do it the first time. And I don't mean this as a, like, you're going to fail when you try to play Dwarf Fortress. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, like, if you're playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time, it is very likely that you will bounce off. It took me years to get far enough into Dwarf Fortress that I felt comfortable continuing to play it. How much longer do we let this dwarf hang out with this infection before I throw him into the lava? It's not even, no, like, the desire to give up is to be expected. It's not even just failure. Like I first installed Dwarf Fortress in 2009. I don't think I properly learned Dwarf Fortress for a good couple of years, at least. At least. Maybe longer. Zico, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. It's very kind of you. Tell me of this history in the history of this fortress, history with bronze. The history of this fortress? This fortress exists because I got bored of the other one. That's the history of this fortress. I started playing, and after we had 14 dwarves, I got some notices that people were dying off screen, and I was a little concerned, so I told the dwarves to not worry about it, because I figured that ignoring your problems is the best way to succeed in life. And so we did, and they did. And then after that, I had a polite discussion with the local rival, and we got the queen. And now we're the capital. And aside from that, I am loosely playing the challenge referred to as the Spartan Challenge, where you try to emulate themes from the movie 300. You actually need to mess things up in learnable ways. I mean, I'll put it this way. Having played Dwarf Fortress for a very long time, there were eras of Dwarf Fortress, 20 plus, feels like, years, 15 plus years ago, where losing very much was fun. Like, you were going to lose. Like, the game was broken in many ways. And that usually was like game design problems. It wasn't a good thing. But because it was a unique game and nothing else was quite like it, people tolerated it and played it anyways, right? Even though they knew that losing was kind of an inevitability, and that was kind of like accepted as part of the game. And that's fine. That's just how the game was. But that being said, Dwarf Fortress has, in the last, I want to say since 2016, Dwarf Fortress hasn't been a difficult game per se, because a lot of that stuff was balanced to a point. Like, stress operated a lot differently for a long time, and there was a lot of crashing issues for a minute there in version, I think it was 42? There was a lot of crashing, and so it wasn't the greatest version of the game. But, like, losing is fun comes from an era where nobody knew how to play this game. And if you go back and read, like, Boat Murdered, and you've played enough Dwarf Fortress to be able to get to Mountain Home, it very quickly becomes clear that none of them have any fucking idea what they're doing. And it's not even that losing is fun. It's that they're coming up with excuses as for why they're losing because none of them know what they're doing. And then one mildly competent player shows up and then just role plays a tired, I'm too old for this captain who then just leaves. Because, like, he's just like, I just can't do this. It just fucks off. Like, Dwarf Fortress hasn't been a hard game in a very long time. The hardest part about Dwarf Fortress, probably in the last 10 to 15 years, has been learning what you're looking at. And I don't think most people made it past that hump. And the most people who did play it played enough to get through a year, say that they learned it, take the nerd cred and post on Reddit about it, or post on 4chan about it, or somewhere else. And that's just it. You know, like at the end of the day, like it's just it's never been like this unobtainium impossible thing. It's just the act of learning a game in ASCII was a lot harder for a very long time. And yeah, and at this point, it's just trying to figure out what's an accurate, up-to-date news source and, like, how do you read the wiki? And, like, I think that, you know, the biggest advantage that Dwarf Fortress has now, as well as its biggest failure, is a lot of people have spent years bashing their foreheads against the mean, bite-your-dick-off level of stupidly unfair, grumpy, unfun to play a lot of the time video game RimWorld. And because people have been playing that thing for so long, they're like, well, it must be as bad as that. No, it really isn't. Also gonna make some clay hives just so I can sting my dwarves with bees. Cheers, Nickpaw. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck on your quest for dinner. I did not know there was a book, Nasty Ninja. The hard part of playing is that it's not a game. I don't really agree with that. It's not a traditional game. It's not a hand-holdy game, but it's definitely a game. It just doesn't follow a lot of current game design conventions, which I think some people find challenging. I don't really subscribe to the whole Dwarf Fortress is or is not a video game thing. No, the game got a lot easier when they added enough animals that if you settled on a volcano, you didn't die in under 10 seconds. And also, the game got a lot easier when most of the wild animals in the game were not redesigned, but given more depth so they weren't all automatically aggressive. And like things like vengeance in animals was toned down. Like the whole elephant saga in Boat Murder literally happened because animals had vengeance and the same like kind of mechanics as other dwarves, as well as like allegiance. So if you attacked them once, then they would just become homicidal and murder you for all eternity. And like that is bad game design that needed fixing, and it was. It can still kind of happen now if they were a pet, but then they were a pet. Gotta make these dwarves strip. Maybe if you build your character the way you build your character, all plants hate you. There's ways to build your character where plants don't all hate you. There's ways to build your character in CUD so that you have friends that are plants right off the bat. The key is be a plant. Be one of them. Join their ranks. Live among them. I mean, what? Although some of my favorite dialogue in CUD is angry plants that hate you. So one of the funniest things ever was when I went like I killed some legendary thing and like pissed off one of the plant groups and then like walked into an area that had as a plant shopkeeper who immediately threw bombs at me and blew himself up. It was one of the funniest interactions I've ever had. I want to do like a DF history lesson video at some point about Dwarf Fortress from 2014 because that was the version of the game where, okay, hold on. One, if a bird hit a tree, like the game didn't like process flying the way it does now. It processed moving in air as velocity in the early 3D versions. So you know how like if somebody falls off of a wall, they go splat. So if a bird is flying and it hits something, it would explode or die, right? Which is hilarious, very sad, and also kind of funny. But that's the way birds worked back then. However, Tarn made trees bigger in that version. So they went from being just like a single tile that was one tile high that gave you one log to being tall and looking Minecraft tree-ish, you know? In fact, I think that was actually something that worked from Minecraft back into Dwarf Fortress, coincidentally. But because that was added, there was a bit of a problem, which was Tarn forgot to make the tree disappear, but it did make it invisible and no longer exist. But the hitbox was still there. So there's a really funny series of patch notes, which is just like, so there's dead birds everywhere. They're just like exploding in midair. I'm following a bird right now and I just saw it blow up. What just happened? It's literally birds hitting trees that don't exist and exploding. Which might actually be one of the greatest things I've ever seen written on an internet forum. It kind of reminds me of the spontaneous tree combustion, you know? You think a turkey did that to your house once? Just spontaneously exploded above your house?
Where are the walls in your Dwarf Fortress?
Building walls is for cowards. Building walls is for cowards. That's what the rules are. The rules told me that walls are for cowards, and so I'm trying to follow the rules. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to follow the rules. The rules are pretty strict. Okay, I don't make the rules. I wish I did. I would have walls if I made the rules. I mean, I do kind of have walls. In fact, chat was calling me a coward earlier because I had too many walls. Because walls are for cowards. Walls are for cowards. Building houses should be fine. I am building houses. And I am building a wall up here because it said nothing about royal quarter walls. But the actual city down here will be mostly exposed. Although I'm like starting to feel pressure now. I need to like speed up. I'm starting to feel pressure because I'm a little worried I'm going to get attacked. Just a little. How do you feel about adding some pain to this fortress, chat? You know, like some bees. Why don't we just do 2? Should be plenty. There's so many dead flies everywhere. So many dead flies. Cramp, thank you very much for the 66 months. Appreciate you. You know what's crazy is I just got a request for a farmer's guild. I don't have a single farm in this fort. I also don't have a tavern yet. I literally just have one temple, and it's not even an anything goes temple. One temple and one guild hall. That is all I have in this fort. I don't know how I feel about this dwarf, chat. Oh, wait. Oh, you still have the... Chat, I don't think this dwarf's getting better. I don't know, it's been almost a year, man. It's been almost a year. I think that, I don't think that Esm the Limp is going to make it. I don't think he is, chat. We have a farm up north? Do they have pumpkins? I don't know if it's for the best, but it's definitely in the rules, so. I will note there's an ad break running right now, but I just kind of want to get this set up. There you go. You're doing that. I'm going to shear animals, spin thread, get that rolling again. So I just need that to get done. I haven't seen as many Kia lately, which is kind of nice. Log. What do I have for logs? I need 72 of something. I don't really want to use obsidian, though. Let's just hack down big old pile of trees, and also let's just build a trading depot here because I'm going to need to trade with the dwarves. You are going to go station right here. Wait. Wait a second. I think Esm, worshipping at the last minute, just created a miracle. He still has the thread in his hip, but he is moving without the crutch. You shall be spared on this day. I don't need to kill you. You can be placed in one of the other squads, Esm the Limp. Good for you, Dwarf. Bless whatever god helped you make it this far. You may go put on socks. This dwarf has also been naked for like 6 months, by the way. Like, humiliated after being uncovered, no shirt, no shoes. But was zealous after incompetently performing the rites of his god. I've got a whole bunch of guild halls to make. And I think that's a project for next week. Because I'm not ending the stream. But I would like to play some Astronauts. Because it's a Kitfox game that I have played 0 time of in several years. And I kind of want to try some of that. Because it's going to be leaving early access in, what, 2 weeks? And I've been saying for a long time that I will play it when it leaves early access. It's close enough. But I will admit, my tummy be grumbling. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to save and quit. And then I'm going to go grab me a snack. And then when I come back, we will be swapping over to Spaceship Renovation Simulator for like an hour and 40 minutes to 2 hours for the remainder of the stream. Sound good? Also, hey, Letterman. You played it once for a couple hours and you have no idea what anything was. I'm going to tell chat to tell me what to do, so we'll see how this goes. All right. I will be back. Give me a moment. Or don't. I mean, it's totally up to you. You don't have to be generous, but I would appreciate the moment. 2 seconds.
Cheese for everyone! You fucking donkey!